Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the I Am Sure Sports Watch Along for the game between Jamaica and Mexico. You have to forgive me. It's been a struggle all day trying to get ready for this game because I'm out of town. And you can probably hear things in the background, which I'm playing because I've been scrambling to try to get here to be with you. Hopefully, we Hopefully, we can have a good evening. I expect us to have a good evening. I expect us to beat Mexico. I expect us to beat the winner of the United States against or Panama, whoever comes out on top. And I'm looking forward to today's action, actually. As you may know, if you're watching the Panama US game, it's tied at 0. I haven't watched most of this game. As I mentioned before, I've been scrambling all day trying to get myself together. I'm actually out of town, so it's been a challenge trying to get myself together to watch this game, but I had to be here with you. The team news is out. The challenge is because I'm out of town, I don't have my computer. I have borrowed a computer. I am not as organized as it would be. I can tell you the team name, but trying to share that on the screen is much more of a challenge. But the team should not be of a surprise to anyone. It's the team that played the game before our last game. Because the last game, which we won 1-0. So it's a similar team. Jamaica Brown is in the team. Obviously, I thought he was hurt the last game, but maybe just tired. But it's sort of the repeat team that we have. And I'll read out the team to you because I got it here. And I would love to post it, but unfortunately, I don't have the tools to do so. It's Andre Blake in goal, Javane Brown at right back, Damian Lowe and Deshaun Bernard in the middle, Amari Bell, the scorer from the last game, the only goal we scored at left back, Joel Lati Badir and Kevin Lambert in the middle, and the fearsome front four, Bobby Reed, Demarai Gray, Liam Bailey, and Mikel Antonio. Welcome, Mr. United. Thanks for joining. And I see you put up crankiness. I said, cranky, Mr. United. You're saying I'm miserable. Is that what you're saying? I'm trying not to be. I hope if being miserable is going to allow us to win, then I'm going to be miserable all night. Bless our fresh God. Always good to be here. Unseen Sports. Mr. We Can't See You Sports. How are you doing? Good evening. Great to have you here with us. I'm sure many are nervous about the game, but it's all good. We should be nervous because you know why we're nervous? Because we want to win. We're interested in winning. It's an imperative to win. We have supposedly our best team ever, at least on paper. Can't say the most successful because they're going through the process now. But I think we have our best team ever. So hopefully this team will come through and we can have a big celebration in Jamaica. Celebrate our first Gold Cup win, meaning winning the trophy, not our first win ever in the Gold Cup itself. But it should be good. We should have fun here. I expect to have a guest or two, but I think everybody's busy watching the game between Panama and the US, which at the end here, I'm seeing we're in a commercial break. So I can imagine I'm also sweating. I don't know if you can see me sweating. It's all just running around here. I'm actually out here in Atlanta. Drove down here a day ago and been running around all day with all sort of challenges. But I had to be here with you tonight. This is a major moment for us. And we will definitely come through in the clutch, I think. Ricardo Baggio is saying, so cranky Jamaica will win 2-0. Mexico probably feel they should win because we will come under tons of pressure, but we hold them off. I think the last time we played Mexico and we drew, I think we should have won that game. Doesn't mean they didn't get chances, but I thought we should have won. Obviously, the game ended up being tied at 2, where Bobby Reed scored a spectacular goal. And we seem to get those goals periodically. I remember Antonio scoring one in the World Cup qualifier. And then we had another goal which was scored, I think, pin out pressure the defender. And they came back and scored, being down 1-0 and 2-1. So we have shown that we always seem to play Mexico well, actually. In the World Cup qualifier, we lost in Mexico 1-0. I'm sure Qatar could say because the judge, Anthony Grant, was taken off late in the 80s plus minute. Why we lost, he's a Anthony Grant disciple. But I do think that we're not as scared of Mexico. I got the sense, hearing news from the camp, that the players are extremely confident about a positive outcome this evening. And I saw a message from Blake, I think it was on TikTok, where he indicated they're feeling the spirit of the nation and the support of the nation. And most importantly, they're appreciative of that support. So that's a great thing, actually. Now, I wonder, the expectation that this game was supposed to be finished, and I'm supposed to watch the game on Fox 1, and I'm wondering what they're going to show the game on if it doesn't conclude in extra time. For the Jamaica game will start at 10:06. So I may have to find another feed for the game, which is interesting. And you see me scrambling here around. I've been scrambling all day, so what's new now? I'm going to try to figure out where the game is being seen. Historically, it's on ESPN2 in the Caribbean, the CONCACAF YouTube channel, Fox 1, and Univision in the US. So if it's not being shown on Fox 1, because the game was supposed to be shown immediately after the US game, I'm wondering where they're going to be showing it, because it's supposed to start at 10:06 normally, even though it's scheduled for 10, it starts at 10:06. So I would expect that the game would start on time, but on a different medium, different channel. You guys can tell me, is ESPN2 also carrying the US game? I haven't checked that out. In fact, I can do that right now for Jamaica. Because that's the case, I'll be curious on where you're going to bring it. ESPN Caribbean is carrying the Jamaica game. Let me see the US game, actually. That should be interesting. Is it also ESPN Caribbean? Because if that's the case, it's normally on ESPN2 in Jamaica. So I'm going to try to figure out where the Jamaica game is being shown in Jamaica, if it's still ESPN2. It is ESPN, so I'm curious as to how they're going to divert from this game and transition over to the Jamaica game, actually. Should be interesting how they do that. My hope is that we will get that information timely and can communicate it to you. Just to announce, yeah, they're both showing in ESPN the Caribbean. Just to announce the team again: Andre Blake in goal, Mr. Reliable. In defense, we have Javain Brown on the right side in place of Lambakisi. It's interesting, the coach has started Lambakisi in some game and Javain Brown in others, but more recently Javain Brown. Maybe feel a little more comfortable with Javain and his crossing. But I think Lambakisi may give a little bit more going forward. And then we have Deshaun Bernard and Mr. Physical Damian Lowe in the middle, along with Amari Bell playing his normal left back position, who scored in the last game. And if you see me looking up, it's because I'm watching the US game, by the way. In the middle, we have the usual suspect, Lambert, who got a yellow card the last game. So the coach removed him, just make sure he didn't get another yellow. He'd be able to play in this game, which has worked out well. And we have Latibadir. And up front, we normally have Bobby Reed at the 10, but it never end up that way. Bailey always end up in the 10. I'd assume because Bobby Reed plays more defense and think more defensively. He always end up on the right wing. And we have Bailey, Gray, and Antonio up front. And they also switch quite a bit throughout the game sometimes, so that's a good thing. So let me know, keep on hearing. So short improvements of the game is started at 9:36. Where you get that from, Shore? It's 9:41 now. What do you mean 9:36? Where is it starting on? Is it on? The game was supposed to start at 10. So let me go check and see what you're talking about. I'll go check on my iPad. I'm not aware of the game starting at 9:41 actually. I am not aware of that. Maybe someone can indicate, is sure improvement correct? It's past 9:36 short improvement. You're talking about 96 Jamaica time. You got to be careful with that timing on short improvement. You got to be careful and indicate exactly what region you're talking about. If you're on the West Coast, the game is at 7:06. If you're in Jamaica, it's at 9:06. If you're in the U.S. Eastern Standard Time, it's 10:06. If you're in Chicago, the game starts also like the Jamaica time at 9:06. So you say 9:36. So you say they pushed the game back 30 minutes to account for this game? So sure, you said the game has been put back. Greetings, EMAC. How are you doing? The short improvement said the game has been pushed back to 9:36, 10:36 U.S. time. I'm trying to find out where that is. If that's the case, which would be good actually, because we'd all want to see the end of this game and then be able to watch the game on the channels that they're on, are supposed to be on. The score in the USA game, EMAC, it's 0-0. They're canceling each other out. 0-0. No one has scored, and they have played over 95 minutes, and on my screen, 44 seconds, so maybe ahead of me. And by the way, everyone, I'm streaming the game, so you may be a little bit ahead of me, even though I'm streaming it on Fox Sports 1, actually. So give me your predictions for the game this evening. Do you think we're going to win easily? Do you think it's going to be challenging? What do you expect? We do play, I think we play Mexico better than we play the U.S. Give me your thoughts on that. I actually think we are more competitive against Mexico than we are the U.S. historically. Somehow, and the U.S. has gotten better over the years, and actually they've been beating Mexico quite a bit. They are the best team in the region, even though Canada may challenge that, given how the World Cup qualifiers finished eventually. But I do think, so Ryan Francis is saying that the game is 9:30 Eastern, Jamaica, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, 9:36 Jamaica. Okay. So that's good to know, and that's good because I'm sure we all want to see the end of the game between the U.S. and Panama. I expected Panama to give the U.S. a very difficult game just because they have been one of the better teams in the tournament and having beaten Qatar by 4, who have been decent throughout the tournament. It should not be shocking to see that they're giving the U.S. a difficult time. Sure improvement saying just want to win. Just want to win. Nobody not care how we win. Even we just play a low block and we come with a victory. For once, I would love that to be the case, actually. Don't really care how we win, just that we win. I think it's our time. I think it's our time, and frankly, I think we should be able to beat Mexico and beat the winner of this game. I mean, even though the U.S. got more chance from open play against us when we play them, I thought we had a perfect opportunity ever in playing the U.S. to win that game. We're leading 1-0. Got a penalty when Lambert got kicked in the chest by the U.S. player. Ref called the penalty. Bailey took the shot. But I think more disappointing was the rebound. But that's history, right? That's gone. We're still here. We have a chance. And in fact, it worked out really well. Maybe that's, maybe it's our time this year. It worked out really well. Now, did Panama score? They got through. I am not sure if it's offside or not. It's really a weird goal, how they got behind the defense. Wow. I'm looking to see if there's any offside in play where the player passed the ball to his teammate. Really interesting because the ball came to him, it bounced up, he laid it off. Did he pass it behind or he passed it in front? Looking for the replay. Matt Turner looked very perturbed. Panama is extremely happy. The ecstasy is very obvious. So the ball was played through, forward, played through. His onside initially was the left back brought him on. He got through, he beat the goalkeeper. Ah, no, it's a goal. It's clear as mud. I'm sorry. It's clear as liquid water. It's transparent. That's one for Panama. So we're in the 99th minute of the game between Panama and the US, and the US got caught trying to play offside trap. Unfortunately, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Panama won, US 0. We may have a new winner, and maybe a first time winner of the Gold Cup if Jamaica beats Mexico and Panama beats the US. And obviously, the game is not over. And the US always seem to find a way to come back, as they did against Canada, frankly, where Canada gave up an own goal. So they have been lucky. But it's been an interesting tournament in terms of how the teams have played. Panama has another break coming forward. Forward plays it wide, looking for the return. Not too smart, I don't think. They should have done better with that. They had a break. Yeah, Michael. No, it looked offside initially, but no, he checked his run, and the U.S. right back kept him onside. Actually, Panama played his quick to foul. Not the smartest yellow card ever. But if you're just joining us, the Jamaica game against Mexico has been delayed. Oh, that was a bad tackle by the Panama player. Could have gotten a red for that, frankly. The Jamaica game, my understanding, has been delayed until 9:36 Jamaica time, 10:36 Eastern Standard Time. So if you're in the East Coast, if you're in Florida, it's the same time. If you're out west, it would be 7:36 if you're on the West Coast. And if you're in the Midwest and you're an hour behind, it would be the same time as Jamaica, which is 9:36. And if you're in the UK, it's too late for you. It's 3:30 in the morning. So we're looking forward to this game. It should be a really good game between Mexico and Jamaica. It's 9:49 p.m. Panama leads by 1-0. Panama's coach just made a strategic substitution, taking out the player with the yellow, doesn't want to go down to 10. We are in the first half off overtime, playing the first 15 minutes. We are 11 minutes in, and Panama is up by 1-0. They seem to be putting on another athlete, so I'm sure they're looking forward to this game. What are your views on the Panama versus US game? I didn't have a chance. I have only been watching the second half. As I mentioned at the outset of this discussion, I have been running around all day. I'm down here in the South. I don't have my computer, so I bought a computer. I didn't have a setup. So it's been a scramble just trying to get on here to be with you this evening. But I must say, I do appreciate you joining us for the watch along. It should be an interesting game. It should be a very good game. I am really looking forward to the game. I do expect us to win, and we are pretty confident about having a positive outcome. And my hope is that we will win and win easily, so we can stop stressing as supporters, as spectators. You know, we get hyped about our team. We have been pretty confident this tournament, extremely confident, mind you, this entire tournament. And that confidence has been reciprocated by the players, especially how they have played, the confidence they have exuded, how the spirit in the camp has been. I've gotten intelligence about the camp and how things have been. And it seemed like it's been a great situation, actually. The camp has been great. It's been enjoyed by the players. The camaraderie to me, and if you look at the pictures, has been second to none, frankly. Based on what I have seen, it's been second to none. And that's a great thing. So I am happy that I am very, very happy that the players are having fun, that management is working out, that the coaches are pretty confident, and also the players about us getting a good outcome tonight. And that's a sure improvement I've mentioned, and I agree with him. We don't care how we win, we just want to win. Right? We don't really care how it goes. We just want to have a positive outcome. So, um, if you just joined us, we're at 104 minutes and 15 seconds in. As I always mention on this broadcast, since I'm streaming, some of you may be ahead of me. The US is down 1-0. Panama is up 1-0. And I'm sure most of the crowd, it looked like a sellout crowd if I'm seeing the background well. I'm sure most of them are US fans. I think Panama fans are probably like Jamaican fans. We don't attend a lot of games physically as we probably should in person. Sorry, which is a good thing. I'm drinking some water here. Getting hydrated for the game. Getting hyped. We're not at 10 o'clock yet. Oh no, the US has scored. It was a brilliant goal. Ball came in, and yeah, it's a US crowd in the box, headed to the forward. I'm not sure he did that deliberately, and he took the goal well. 1-1. Well, my hope of having a new, yeah, it was a good head on. It was really well executed goal. Really well executed goal. I'm not sure Panama could do. The only thing I would say about that goal was the forward wasn't well marked. The forward who took the shot had no pressure on the shot. It was a really well taken goal. But if you're in the box, there is no way someone will get off a shot that way and they're not putting a boot in your chest. You have to find a way to block that. And even though, and the ball wasn't headed, it was headed with a decent amount of pace. But I do think you, as a defender, you have to be closer to the opposition. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. But that's the US. They always seem to be able to do so. They always seem to come with something out the bag. It's amazing how that works, actually. Truly amazing. Truly, truly amazing. So if you just joined us, we are at the end of the first period of extra time. And looks like it's going to go to penalty kick. Panama scored almost midway through, or maybe 2/3 through that section in the 90 plus minutes. And then the US does what they do. They do what they do. They came back and scored. Unfortunately for Panama, that celebration has been tampered. Yeah, the crowd is mainly US, and they were pretty excited about that goal. And Panama hasn't played as well as I would expect in this session. That was a really good goal. Really good goal. Interesting. But I do expect some guests to join me soon. So we can talk more about the football in person. So I'm not seeing a lot of comments from you guys. You guys are pretty silent tonight. I wonder why. Are you just waiting for the Jamaica game to start so you can get into it? Let me know your thoughts. They're showing a replay of the Panama goal. It was a really well taken goal. I'm not sure where the goalkeeper was going, but he was in no man's land. I don't think he had a choice but to come. But and he tried to spread himself. In fact, he didn't try to spread himself. I'm not sure what he was doing. He's trying to kick the ball and got there late. But then the US scored a very, very good goal, actually. So if you just join us, we're watching the Panama versus the US game. The Jamaica game has been delayed to 10:36 US time, 9:36 Jamaica time. And it should be a good game between Jamaica and Mexico. I think we're becoming more, if I look at the region, the top 7 or 8 teams in the region, and it finished like that in the qualifiers also, it's very clear who those teams are, right? So the US is probably the top team, followed by, one could deliberate between Mexico and Canada, who have improved quite a bit. Then you normally have Costa Rica. And then you have the Panama, Jamaica, and you have the Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras. But I think Jamaica is up there in that top 7. are even in the top 6 with Panama, actually. But I do think we can change positions with a few teams. I think we can change position with Costa Rica, even though I think Costa Rica has improved the youthfulness of their team. When they played in the World Cup and the World Cup qualifiers, they have a very, I'm going to call it seasoned, I want to call them old, a very seasoned team. Some players who have been there forever. I think this last Gold Cup, they brought in some more youthful players, and they look decent, actually. But I do think going forward that for World Cup 2026, obviously the US, Mexico, and Canada are guaranteed spots because they're hosting the tournament. You do have 3 slots available. I would expect those 3 slots to be filled by Panama, Costa Rica, and Jamaica. That's my view. Now, you could have a dark horse that comes into play, but I really don't see it. Because even though we've talked about Curacao and Suriname quite a bit because they have players from the Dutch league, it hasn't materialized, actually, in terms of those players performing well. So I don't necessarily expect those teams to come forward. Let me hear your views on that, actually, in terms of your view of the top 6 team in CONCACAF. Do you agree with me about the 6 I mentioned? Obviously, the 3 hosting the World Cup, plus Costa Rica, Panama, and us. Let me know your views on that. But I do think that the way Jamaica is going, because we keep on, obviously, we have brought in a number of players for this tournament. Most of who have played already, but as you know, we're challenged to get all our players on board all at once. We have brought in Damari Gray, who I think has been a differentiator, has actually made 2 of the tournament teams, so the first round team and the quarterfinal team. And the quarterfinal team also had a couple more players. Amari Bell being one of those. I think Gray was the only one who made a team from the first round. I think that pass he made to Amari Bell in the last game was exquisite. And I think, actually, that we have to think about going forward. We have a lot of forwards, actually, in the Jamaica team. And we don't have a lot of midfielders. So the question for us is, should we think about converting some forwards to midfielder? Andre.
Yes, sir.
You got tired to come join me?
Yeah, I apologize.
It's not the best watch, you know. It hasn't been the best watch.
It hasn't been?
No, I don't think it's been the best watch. I didn't watch all of it. I only watched part of the second half, I should say. So from what I've seen, it has, and maybe I'm distracted, but do you think it's been the best watch?
No, I don't watch? Well, I don't think so. I think it's for me, from a football perspective, I don't know. There's a lot of quality football. I think even from the last game, there's more effort, more physicality, more, more running, as opposed to quality. So, I'm not entertained by it necessarily.
Okay. Question for you. AMN is saying there's 7 slots for the World Cup coming up. I thought it was 6 slots.
No, it's 3. The 3 hosts already qualified.
Right.
And FIFA's allotted 3 more. And what they're referring to as 2/3 slot. So it's 3 and 2/3. Which means there's a potential of another 2 teams to qualify from this region. So it could really have 8 slots in the end,
Wait. So you have 3 guaranteed slots for the hosts, or for the 3 hosts. You have 3 other slots guaranteed.
Right.
And you're saying there are 1 or 2 other slots that are open if you go play off another.
They refer to it as 2/3. So which means there's a potential that 2 teams could qualify. When Trinidad qualified in 2006, they had to play Bahrain.
Right.
Right. So there's 2 teams could potentially end up in that same situation.
2, not 1. So we could have 8 slots for CONCACAF.
Yes, that's what I understood.
Wow, that's amazing. I thought it was 6, 3, and 3. Actually, I didn't realize the other 2 potential slots.
There's normally a half a slot. They referring to it now as 2/3. I'm not so sure why.
Right.
But I'm trying to I'm trying to get this game here so I can see it at the same time. I thought it was on here already.
If you're just joining us, the Jamaica game against the Mexico team has been pushed back to 10:36 to accommodate for the overtime game between the U.S. and Panama. And the game so far is 110 minutes in, and Panama and U.S. are tied at 1. Just to inform you about the Jamaica team, if you haven't heard the news so far, it's a team you'll be very familiar with. Blake in goal, Javain Brown, Damian Lowe, Deshaun Bernard, and Amari Bell are in the defense. Latibadir and Lambert in midfield, along with possibly Bailey or Reed. I'm not sure who plays the number 10. And up front, we have Antonio Gray, and I would say Bailey for the time being. So that's the 11, and that's a regular starting 11 for the team. I think that's a set of 11, frankly. Lambakisi started, as you know, the first game, but Javain Brown seemed to have won the spot for the right back position. That was sort of the only open position, actually. So this is a starting team. It's a pretty strong team, and Deshaun Bernard seemed to have replaced Mariappa in the team. And I do think it's a good change because Deshaun Bernard has been very physical, passes well, reads the game well. And when he gets beaten, he fouls you and stops the play. Now, he can't afford to get 2 yellow cards for doing so, but it's always a smart way of operating, which is the ball pass, you don't pass me. As long as you're not getting a red card, it works. What's your thoughts and perspective on the game coming up?
Look, there was some, I thought that when you look at the performances so far and all the speculation, analysis about the team, not just the team, but the midfield and the defense, I started to think that maybe another midfielder might have been added into the midfield, and at the expense of one of the guys up front. But that's going to be a difficult call for the coach to make. Anyhow you take it, if it doesn't go right, it's going to be a problem. But I sense, and you could answer this for me, I sense that the Jamaican fans, is accepting the wins, but is not happy with the performances. What do you?
I think they love the wins. I think it's twofold. Some are not totally happy with the performances because they believe, given the quality of the field, we should be more dominant, especially against teams like Guatemala. They were pleased with the Trinidad win, and we're pleased because not only did we score 4 goals, but we had a lot of other chances.
Right.
They were disappointed against the U.S., but pleased with how we held the U.S. and could have easily won the game. Mm-hmm. Not totally pleased with the totality of the performance, right? We could have won the game if we scored a penalty. I don't think the U.S. would have scored 2 against us, even though they had chances. So they were pleased that we competed well against the U.S., mm-hmm. but thought we should have won that game. Against St. Kitts, I don't think it was... People expected 10 and 11. It didn't materialize. We scored 5 goals. So we should be appreciative.
Right.
But I don't think people were we weren't totally convinced in that game, just given how we expect to dominate that game, and the U.S. gave them 6 on a trot. And I think against Guatemala, I think a lot of people were overconfident about the size of the score. They expect us to win, mm-hmm. but they expected a 4 or a 3, and I got griefs. But I said it was 3-1. I was told I was weak in my perspective because, and I'm saying when you reach second round of a tournament with the team that won the previous zone that include Canada, they must be doing something right?
Right.
So, yeah. So I think people are generally happy with the team and are pleased that we haven't lost a game, which I think is very important. But what they're probably more pleased about, which is important, is a lot of the Gold Cup that we've done really well, mm-hmm. we have played almost like a low block type game. Right. Here we are expressing ourselves, right? We haven't played low block throughout the same time. Even though the U.S. pressured us, we still weren't really playing low block. So in essence, we are exerting our will on the teams we're playing against. We did pressure the U.S. in the first 27 minutes. The game changed after that. But we're not playing, say, defensively where we're just getting attacked and we just play the ball out and hope to nick a goal and just hold on.
Right.
I think there's more confidence in the team. And that maybe come from the quality of the players on the field. Now, I do agree with you, though, that if you think about Mexico, ball control, short passing team, comfortable on the ball, dominate the middle of the park.
Mm-hmm.
We only have two midfielders because Bailey, who's supposed to play the 10, doesn't play the 10, and he's way upfield. Then you have Reed to go up on the right to help out because Bailey's not covering on the right, so he has to go on the right to help out. So it becomes challenging. So my hope is that, and our midfielders are not the most technical in terms of ball position. I think Lambert presses really, really well, but he doesn't demand the ball. You don't see our midfielders demanding the ball, take it off our defenders, turn, look for a pass, play it back, like a Ravel Morrison would, for example. Ravel does that really well, right? The only player on the Jamaica side to me who does that really well, but he's playing forward, is Gray.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think Gray should play the 10 to me.
Great. Okay. I've heard quite a few Jamaicans mention Ravel Morrison, and I think prior to the tournament, the conversation was that he's not playing with anyone, so he shouldn't be in the squad. And as the tournament go on, you start hearing conversations about, whether that the team needs somebody like him, which is quite interesting. Look, I think the team is a very good team. The sense is that people expected domination, and it probably haven't been like that. But I think the most important thing is that it seems as though there's a good, as Jamaicans say, a good vibe in the team, a good camaraderie in the team, and that's good for the future, right? The team is building, guys are getting along, and if that's the case, then that's good. And sometimes that creates the luck that you need to get a result. The last time you played, last time Jamaica played Mexico, it ended up, was it 0-0 or 1-1 in Mexico?
2-2.
It was 2-2 in Mexico, right?
Yeah.
It was 2-2 in Mexico. I don't know if we're gonna see that much goals tonight. It probably gonna go to PKs. It's probably gonna go to PKs. It's late in the tournament, and it's two good teams, and Mexico is struggling a little bit, but they're winning, right? So it's two teams that could perform better than they have, and but they're still getting results. So I think it's going to be an interesting game. The teams that the Guatemala game, the America game, the Guatemala America, those were the games that goals weren't scored, right? A lot of goals weren't scored in those games. Games. I think those were the more competitive games. So it's going to be interesting to see how it work out tonight. But then again, with the quality of the players, the game could be 3-0 in the first half, right?
Well, we would hope so.
Yeah.
We would take that actually.
Yeah.
We would love that actually. I think when you have 4 Premier League players regulars, one who was playing Premier League in Lambakisi, who's not starting tonight. One is going to the Premier League in Amari Bell. A goalkeeper has been one of the best, or not the best, in MLS for years. A Damian Lowe was played at different levels and played well in the MLS. Mm-hmm. You expect to play well in this competition.
Yeah.
Fair. You expect to do well. You have the quality on the field. And Latin Berdier plays, championship football. Lambert may not play at the highest level, but has quality. Deshaun Bernard was on a Manchester United trainee or a Manchester United Academy player, being out on loan. So you have quality in the team all across the park.
Right. Now,
an interesting perspective is we're saying Ravel is not with a team, but neither is the kid in Whisper. Whisper is not with a team either.
Right.
But I think the coach is making special dispensation for Whisper. One is because he loves the kid's talent. And 2 is he wants to give the kid the experience, actually. And he probably see the kid as one of the features of Jamaica football, which I actually think he is, actually. So if that's the case, you take the kid, just like how England took Tia Walker to the 2006 World Cup. He didn't see a minute. This Whisper is seeing a minute here. Huh?
I think he's also managing the public, right? I think he's managing that he walked into a very volatile situation when it comes to the fans and all the conversations that was taking place. And I think he's also managing that, which is part of his responsibility, right? To lead.
Well, it's twofold actually, which is one is it's split in Jamaica. Should whispers be taken? Some think that other players in the JPL, like a Stewart who plays forward and been scoring a lot of goals, should have been given the slot because Whispers is every team. Others believe that Whispers' capability, potential, what he has shown, the fact that he's been signed by Chelsea, should be given an opportunity. And people see his capability. He's played well. And when he comes on the field, even though I think I'm going to be harsh by saying this, he's lost defensively, but he's an offensive talent. He hasn't been taught defense yet, and he hasn't been forced to play defense as play schoolboy football, where they give him the ball and say, go do your thing. In today's football, you have to play both ways. And I think he learned that because he's a kid. He's not even 18 yet. He learned that as he go along. But I think his offensive skill is also tremendous and so appealing that he gets the benefit of the doubt. But I do think part of the concern about Ravel was he probably wasn't fit. But frankly, when he's on the field sometimes, he's so comfortable on the ball. You don't have anyone on the team who has that level of comfort on the ball or who can make a pass that Gray made the other day to split a defense.
Yeah, that pass was world class. He beat 4 people with that pass. That was up there. That was high level stuff.
Well, you know why that pass was so great? Because we know he's not a great goal scorer, but a scorer of great goals, right?
Right.
But when he gets on his right foot, he's lethal with that right foot from distance.
Right.
So he pretended he was going to take the shot, but all the time he was thinking about Amari. And Amari did a great job of staying onside.
Right.
The pass was passed with some pace, maybe a little bit too much pace, but Amari did a great job of controlling the ball pretty quickly, and then more importantly, picking his spot, which was limited space between the keeper and the post. Really good goal.
Yeah, it was a quality goal, and Jamaica going to need a couple of those tonight. The Mexican team is feisty. They work hard. They run endlessly, and plus they have quality. So it's going to be interesting to see, for me, who's able to dominate the game. I think to win, you could win without the ball, I think, but the best way is to control the game by having the ball. And we really haven't seen a lot of that in this tournament. Teams come out, the U.S. Jamaica game, the U.S. had 60% possession, but it's was it dominance? Were they using the ball effectively? I'm not sure. It's a few weeks away from that game, but I think tonight is going to be interesting with Mexico. It's going to be a different game than in Mexico. Mexico is going to have. You know what's interesting? What's interesting is there's a lot of Jamaican fans. When Jamaica played Trinidad and Jamaica, and I think it was the first game, and there was not an expectation of the game being broadcasted, right? And then it was.
Yes.
Thousands of people, I think I saw on the link, thousands of people looked at the game, clicked the link, whatever that means. But in the stands for these games, it seemed as though the fans were absent. They weren't there in numbers as one would have expected. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's a combination of factors. First of all, the game was played at a location in Montego Bay where the field was atrocious, frankly. Second of all, the game was not well marketed, actually, I should say. Not necessarily broadcast, but. And first of all, the broadcast only happened at the last minute of some negotiation between a number of YouTubers, frankly. Really, really focused. And I think the YouTubers have did a brilliant job of trying to generate the focus on football. But you're right about the apathy as it relates to the Jamaican public and their attendance, physical attendance at game.
Right.
They'll watch the game through different mediums and media outlets and sources. They're not attending the games in person. And we have been shown up by the Latin American nation, especially the Belize and Guatemala game.
Yeah.
Right? There's no way you have Guatemala playing in the semifinal and the stadium in Vegas not being filled. Similar for Mexico is even worse. As we know, Mexico challenged the U.S. when it comes to ticket
They're
in the
going to
U.S.
pack the stadiums tonight.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, when we go to Vegas, they're gonna be limited Jamaicans in the fans in the stands, maybe one or two.
Maybe
I always say Neo there. Yeah, maybe Neo's there. Neo's there and no one, and a couple people I know from New York, and that's it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Though I was expecting that there would have been more fans throughout the tournament. And I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
sure.
been disappointing. I would admit
Yeah.
it's been disappointing. It's been very, very disappointing. And I'm not going to exclude my St. from the list because I did think about going to games, but I had other obligations, and I almost went to the Cincinnati game, but I didn't have to drive down to Atlanta from New York, and I was like, I didn't want to drive 9 hours to Cincinnati. I didn't feel like flying and then drive 10. Well, it took me 12 plus hours to come to Atlanta.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to do that. So.
I mean, getting around, traveling around now is not as easy as you saw last week with all the people getting stuck at the airport, flight cancellation, and that's not something that you want to walk into if you could avoid it, right? I certainly don't want to walk into that. I don't want to be stuck in an airport for hours, or or overnight, or whatever the case may be. I'm not interested in that. So I can see if people are deciding that they're not gonna fly as a result of that. But I did expect the Jamaican fan base to be more present at these games.
No, we have to do better. We have to do better. We can't be the same. I think we'll do better when we organize the logistics behind the scenes. Part of the whole construct is you have to market the games and market them vigorously. You have to try to find ways to reach, because it's not. I don't think it's a resources issue. I don't think we're challenged monetarily to go attend games. Given what I think it's more of, is there the interest at that level? So there's interest, but if you gauge interest from 1 to 10, for a lot of people it's a 4, frankly. For the Neos of the world, it's a 10. But I don't think for most people it's more than a 5 or a 6.
Well, what is interesting?
Because if your interest is 8 or 9, you're going to find a way to go to the games.
Right, and that's what some of the other nations are doing, right? Like the Guatemalans.
Yes.
It has always been pointed out how big the Jamaican population is outside of Jamaica, and so if we're not talking about Jamaicans living in Jamaica because resources could present an issue. Also, you have to get a visa to come to America.
Yep.
But there's been a lot of people for the time that I've been paying attention to the YouTube space with people that's there. There's been a lot of people sharing their voice in regards to the game. So the expectation of US missed the first PK.
No, they missed it. It was saved.
Yeah.
You know that Turner has a 40% plus save rate on penalties?
Yeah.
That has to be one of the best in the history of football.
Some of those penalties, you look at the one the other night, how do you go down the middle and score, right, during the course of the game, and then you get a second chance and you try to go down the middle again. I mean,
well, here's the question though: how did he figure out he'd go back the same way? Because it's a cat and mouse game, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think for me a PK is you have to make your mind up what you're going to do with it, and you've got to do that. You just have to do that. You can't. The goal for me, the work is with the goalkeeper. He's got to figure out where you're going.
I wonder if he meant that down the middle penalty a while ago.
You look a little confused, doesn't he?
I'm not sure he meant that. Because normally we go down the middle. You don't want to kick it too hard, Because if you kick it too hard, the keeper may somehow react, right?
Yeah.
The speed has to be right so he already commits so he can't recover.
Yeah, he can't.
You want to kick the way he kicked it, though. If you kick it too low, he may use his feet. What keepers are doing nowadays is they're diving, but they're dangling their feet if you go low to block it.
I don't like it down the middle. I like you hit the post in the back.
Yeah.
That post, that holy goal post up in the back, you hit that, and it's difficult for the goalkeeper to get there.
So someone asked the question, who would I rather play in the finals, Panama or US? I would prefer to beat the US. I would prefer to beat the US, but that's only if I win. I prefer to play the US. I would prefer to beat the US. I will admit.
I think in this tournament you take who you get.
No, but you see, we don't do it against Panama ever. I don't think we've ever beaten Panama, actually.
What was the next logical thing that could happen?
I don't know if it's logical at all.
Maybe it could be them. I think you take.
I have to look at the record. I don't remember us beating Panama. We've tied with them. I can't recall us ever beating them. We've beat the US before, not often, and we play the US tough. But I can't. Panama is athletically just like us, sometimes even better athletically, and they play, possession football. So it's always tough for us, actually.
I remember,
Mr. Blake.
I remember being at the under-17 qualifiers, CONCACAF World Cup qualifiers in 2013, I think it was in Panama. And I'm watching the games, a lot of the games, and the Jamaica was playing Panama, and the winner of that would have played Trinidad. And from all the games that I've watched, I said, you know what? I want us to play Panama because Jamaica the rivalry is there. It's going to bring the emotion. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult than Panama because from what I saw, Panama was trying to play. And we did get Panama and not Jamaica. And maybe we should have gotten Jamaica because I saw a Panama team that I didn't see. We scored first. Trinidad scored first to go up 1-0. And then Panama just came from nowhere, and so sometimes you just want to take who you get and get the results.
Yeah, Panama is up, but I'm telling you, US is tough. That's a good penalty. Yeah, he dove the wrong way, but he didn't have a chance to save it.
Yeah, it's a very good penalty, and
because now you want to dive at a good level. You don't want to dive too low or too high.
Once it goes up there, it's hard to get once it goes up there.
Yeah.
This guy is looking a little bit.
He doesn't walk. He doesn't walk well.
Yeah, he doesn't walk with confidence. Yeah,
he doesn't walk well, huh?
Yeah. It's a long
walk.
walk.
What is saying? You're chopped liver. What do you mean if you're chopped liver? Check your link. Plus, you told me the last time you were watching the game at some location where that's Cataract talking.
Oh, that's Cataract.
Yeah, he passed the ball to the keeper.
Yeah,
your observation was correct. He passed the ball to the keeper. I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah. He didn't look confident at all walking.
No, you can see that. You can see it in the walk sometimes, can't you?
Yeah. Once you start looking down and you
he's looking at the keeper and he passed the ball to the keeper.
Yeah.
If you're looking in his eyes, then you got to make him move first. And Matt Turner is keeping his average up. So he's saved 1 of 3 already. He saves a lot of penalties.
His approach to the penalty sport too. Yeah, no,
he was leaning back. He's trying to go. Yeah, it's. So Cataract say he wants USA.
Cataract say he wants USA.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful with Cataract prediction.
Cataract doesn't predict well. He takes credit after he predicts after the score is over, and says that the last game he said we're going to destroy Guatemala, but Whisper is going to be the deciding factor coming on real late. So I don't understand what you mean by destroying a team, but then you're going to have a late person coming on to save the day, and then he took credit to say, yeah, it was his predictions. I don't know.
Well, the interesting thing about wanting the USA is that Jamaica have to get past Mexico tonight to get the USA.
Yeah. No, I agree with that one. We're pretty confident about beating Mexico, but we know Mexico is a quality team.
Yeah, but Panama put themselves in some trouble here.
It's interesting how I'm trying to figure out how decisions are made by the goalkeeper. It seemed like he's diving. He's picking alternate side to dive, right? Look at how he's diving. Does he decide I'm going to go right on this left next, right, left? Is that what he's doing?
Well, I think he would have. he probably would have had the opportunity to look at some of these guys and think he knows where they're going, right?
But most of them probably don't take penalties, right?
But the US would do a lot of research. If you're a penalty kicker somewhere in a team somewhere, they will have that footage, you know. And
yeah, the US is taking good penalties now. Their penalties are very good. I don't know how well Panama practice penalties, but the US look really confident now.
Well,
that one penalty that kid missed, he was awful with that penalty. Yeah, they're aiming for the post. The keeper is going too early. The keeper is going too early.
After missing first.
Yeah.
They're now under pressure.
I think they're gonna win actually.
For the USA?
Yeah, they're lucky.
It's very difficult to see them losing.
Yeah, they're very lucky. And this one don't look too happy at all, the last penalty kicker. Do you normally send your best penalty kicker first or last?
It depends. Sometimes for a lot of teams, we cannot see. It depends on who has the confidence, who wants to go at the moment, right?
Yeah, that's true too. Some people don't like. Wow, he's running from half line.
Yeah, he's
not
Cataract. What is Cataract doing to us here?
Oh, he took a good penalty. So he dived the same side twice for the last two. I don't know how he make decision about where to dive. Does he look at the body shape? I'm not sure how he does that. And he's diving real early too.
I'd rather be cheaper than 99.
What's happening here?
Cataract's in a bar in Kingston, I think, New Kingston. And we can't hear a word he's saying.
It's loud in here. It's raucous. I want you to say,
Oh, Panama keeper saved the penalty.
You save it?
Whoa! So if Panama scores now, they win.
Yeah, if Panama score, they win.
Wow. Wow.
Fix your phone, Cataract. Fix your phone.
Yeah, he's good now. Yeah. Cataract, you don't have it, Cataract? Next time you go to these events, you need to bring a headset with you, Cataract. You should know better.
And this is what is interesting in the region at the moment. Panama just went. The Toulon tournament that takes place.
Right.
Panama.
Cataract, that's not working, Cataract. It's not working, Cataract.
Yeah, it's too noisy. Yeah, that's too noisy.
Oh, what a penalty. It's all over. Panama has won 5-4 and penalties.
Yeah,
so we will not have US in the finals. No US, no Canada, and hopefully no Mexico.
Let me caution you. I'm a little bit here. We will not have. I like the confidence, but we got to be careful. The game still has to be played. Panama is a very difficult team to beat.
No, I'm saying we playing Panama. We struggle with Panama. I don't think we've ever beaten Panama.
We
struggle with Panama. No, they're a difficult team. Wow. Yeah. Well, we're coming to. This is the big game now coming up. We have the big game coming up.
We've got to wait. What?
This was the prelude. This was the prelude to the big game. This was the opener.
The weather looks good.
I wonder if the US would play their supposed B team going forward.
Why would they do that?
No, because they lost now. So I'm saying going forward, will they do that again?
No, they probably. I think they did it because the Nation League. They wanted to get the Nation League, and some of these players need time off. So,
but which one is more important, Nation League or the Gold Cup?
I think they're both important, but I think they give priority to the Nation.
Apparently they do. I'm not sure what happened with my system a while ago. It seemed to have frozen.
I was removed as well.
Yeah. I know it happened to Cataract. He seemed to have
Yeah. Cataract might be causing the problem here.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take him out and I'll move him, have him come back in when he's settled. Well, everyone, it's D-Day. It's D-time. It's D-time. It's D-Day. It's come at the hour. It's come at the moment. This is like we're in a 100-meter final with Shelly and Elaine and Sharika. And now we have the U.S. contingent running well. It should be a barn burner. Looking forward to it.
What do you think is you think Jamaicans are up in Jamaica to watch this game tonight?
Oh yeah, they are. You don't hear what Cataract was that's in Jamaica, you know.
I know.
And you know, going out late at night in Jamaica is not something that you digest really well. I hate to say it.
Hold for a minute. Okay? Hold on for a minute.
Especially in the middle of the week, actually. Going out in the middle of the week is difficult to digest when you have to go to work the next day. And the game is being played at 9. So if you go out, it's not going to be finished until like after 11. We just see the teams walking out. They're advertising. They're trying to make their money on Fox 1, but we just saw the team walking out. Both teams walking out, actually. I think they were trying to time it just as the U.S. game finished to bring the players out. So it was supposed to start at 10:36. It may be a little bit longer because they have to play the national anthems. But it's D-Day, people. It is Jamaica versus Mexico. Just a reminder, if you didn't join us before, of the starting team. It's a team you're very familiar with. If you've been watching the Reggae Boys and following the Reggae Boys, it's Blake in goal. It's Javain Brown at right back. The two center halves are Bernard and Lowe. Lowe normally plays on the right, Bernard on the left. And Amari Bell, who's from Luton, going to the Premier League and scoring the last game, is at left back. In the middle, we have Lambert, who has played well throughout this tournament, even though you may hear me saying he needs to present himself more to get the ball, against Latibadir, who, as I had mentioned before, has to start running since he came off the plane. But I do think he's a defender by nature. He's played decent, but he gives a lot of energy and a lot of effort and a lot of commitment. And that's exemplified in his play. And up front, we have the four amigos, I would call them, the supposed differentiators. Even though I would say this, and today I was looking through this, they four players have only scored in one game. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. So against the U.S., Lowe scored. Against Trinidad, we had Grace scored. We had Bailey score. And I told you I haven't scored yet. And Reed hasn't scored. So our front four, Andre, have only scored in one game.
Your front four has only scored.
I've only scored in one. Only against Trinidad they scored.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I'm not criticizing the group in any means, but that's what I'm saying. The Jamaican fans might be a little bit, they're accepting the win, but I don't think there's a quiet disappointment about the performance.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, given the reputation of the players, the Premier League players, right? When you have a Bailey who plays for the top 7 times the Premier League, the top 7 time, Antonio has won the European Conference League. A Gray who has won a Premier League with Leicester and played at Everton. And Amari Bell, who is playing at Luton and going to the Premier League. And a Bobby Reed who's played well for Fulham and is in Premier League. And then Bakisa, who has played for Wolves in a few games. You expect those players to carry the team. And a Blake, who has been a top goalkeeper in CONCACAF, and has not disappointed. And we haven't seen that dominance exhibited itself on the playing field. So I would disagree with you in terms of there's high expectation, and the question is, has the performance married that high expectation?
And that is, at the end of the day in football, you're gonna accept winning, right? Doesn't matter how you do at this level, you want to win. I think for me it will be interesting if Jamaica doesn't get to the final or doesn't win the final, what would the conversation be? How would the fans analyze whether they would see it as progress, whether it would be disappointment? It's a good group of players, and the future looks really good. So
it's a good group, and reinforcement. My understanding, I don't know, but I'm hearing from different sources and vibes that reinforcements are coming. more reinforcement are coming. You know, like you have an army, and you had reinforcement coming, and everyone got excited, and you hear, no, we have more coming. So yeah.
So look, a successful national team could fund the entire pyramid of football. If the Jamaican national team is successful, there should be lots of money coming in to the federation.
Because, you know, there's a big difference between the winner of this tournament and the semifinalists, right? So I think if you make semifinal, you get like 2 something. If you win, you get 1.9, whatever the number is. It's a big difference between the payout for the semifinalists versus the finalists and the winner.
And that's going to continue. That's going to continue. The game is getting ready to kick off. That's going to continue. So the question I was going to ask you is, how do you feel with the influx of players coming in? Nobody from the local league made it into the squad. If this continues, how is it going to affect Jamaican football going forward?
We have so much players with Jamaican nationality who are at a certain age. Here's the thing. Historically, it was the players who probably couldn't get into the English team and who were close to either their championship players or close to retirement if they're at the highest level come in. Now, as you sent me the other day with Keon Edwards from Arsenal, a lot of the young players, look at the Lambekeys of the world, the Roberts of the world, there are a bunch of young players who are coming in to join the program at an early age.
Right.
So that supply of talent is not going to dissipate. It's only going to increase. But we want the players from Jamaica also to get exposure. But we have to find ways to get them the exposure at the highest level, as we see with a Whisper, for example.
Right.
Mexico has a breakaway as 2 defenders.
That's 2v1. 2v2.
Yeah, it's more than 2v1 actually.
4v2. Miguel is Andrea is ANDRE.
Mexico scored already. What are we doing trying to not go out to the player with the ball crossing the ball? That's crazy. We are standing up, not going to. The player has the ball wide. The defenders are trying to put their hands behind their back before running to the player to block the ball, to cut out the cross. They scored in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
So what happened here?
What happened was we had 2 defenders collide with each other.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement in the box and low.
Look here, nobody's going to the person with the ball.
Yeah,
Bobby Reed came late. No one's going to him.
Yeah, that was Low's guy. He got, well, maybe 1, 2 of them was close enough.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. That's a dagger in the heart. That is too early to give up a goal.
Miguel is saying here that, and I agree with you, Miguel, we need to stop talking about local versus overseas players, but it's a pool of players and the coach have to pick the best players. I would agree with that, but you know, there's a league, a professional league in Jamaica, and the success of the league, part of the success of the league is being able to put players, produce players that's good enough to make the team, not put them there because they play in the league, but put them there because they're good enough. So the quality of the league would have to improve. So this is going to be interesting, the fact that Mexico scored this early. It may look at this.
Yeah, we're all over the place so far. We're all over the place. It doesn't look good starting in the first 3 minutes. Here's the thing: we gave up a goal off a free kick. You know that off a set piece that we had.
Yeah.
We gave up a goal because you know what? You don't proceed with caution, with a bunch of caution. We're taking that. You have to make sure your team is balanced. When you're committing 7 people forward, you have to set up in a way where you know that if I lose the ball, can I recover?
Right. You have to attack with defending in mind. But the first set piece, it didn't get past the first defender, but it went back to Jamaica in the middle of the pitch, and they played it back into the box.
It was a poor set piece. Let's be fair. It was a poor set piece. The ball has to be a better cross than that.
It's got to get past the first defender.
Yeah.
But this game, the goal would probably a trick neck. The score is 1-0 to Mexico. I'm not seeing this.
If you just joined, the game has been short on ESPN in the Caribbean, Univision in the US. It's also on Fox 1. We're under pressure so far. We're trying to play the ball up to Antonio, but Antonio he's always falling down for some reason. I don't know if his foot is too small or too big, what it is, but he spends for a big man, spends a lot of time on the ground.
I'm gonna send you I'm gonna send you a video on Instagram. I think the answer is in that video.
Okay. Something is pulling him down. He's always falling. So for a man who's like 6'2", probably 210.
He's playing under a lot of pressure. I mean, they're fighting him, right? They're not going.
Yeah, he gets fouled a lot.
Yeah. They know what he does, and
they should be quicker to the ball than us, you know. So if you just join us, Jamaica is down by 1-0. Jamaica had a spot kick in the right-hand corner, close to the Mexican goal. Took the kick, got headed out, and we were really exposed defensively. 2 defenders clashing into each other. Didn't really help. And we didn't attack the ball when they had the ball out wide. We were in the box trying to prevent a handball for a penalty, putting our hands behind our back before attacking the player so you can feel some pressure when the ball's being crossed. That's very disappointing. The most important thing you got to do first is stop the cross. And second, you protect your goal. You got to stop the cross coming in.
Yeah, you got to stop it.
It's not dangerous if it doesn't get in the box. If you get into the box, that's where the danger starts. And that's exactly what happened.
Mexico has the potential to. They have moments in the game that they level drop at times, and if that happens, that gives Jamaica a chance to get back into the game. I've not seen that.
They're just playing the ball around us, and we can't get close to them.
I tell you, I've not seen that look in the coach's face all tournament.
Yeah.
Than he had just now. Mexico.
What is Javane Brown doing?
Yeah.
See, when they lose the ball, they're pressuring us upfield. See that? Yeah. They realize we're not best at keeping the ball. They're pretty close control. They can play the ball around us. We look rushed when we have the ball. Like a while ago with Javane Brown, he has time, and he kicked the ball out of bounds.
He kicked the ground.
I don't think Javane Brown should play in this game, and here's why. I saw Mexico playing against him in Mexico.
Well, it's too late now.
No, but the point I'm making is this. Lambakizi came on and did a brilliant job on the left winger, who was giving Javane Brown a torrid time. And those things are what, as a coach, you need to take in consideration when you're picking your team. The man has all day to shoot. They have room galore.
Yeah, this is interesting.
We have started off poorly.
Yeah, it is interesting how the team started, but it's only 8 minutes into the game, and the score is only 1-0. If it goes to 2 or 3, then that's time to worry. But 1-0 game. Remember, you led the game against the USA for 88 minutes? 1-0. Yeah. So there's a long way to go.
We're playing rugby now. We need to play some football. We're being very aggressive. I think that was a foul on the Mexican, not on Ladibadir.
What you don't want.
The Mexican player hit him in the back and pushed him in his own man. I'm not sure what the referee's watching. That's a poor decision by the referee.
Yeah, that's not a foul on Jamaica. That's actually a foul in Mexico.
Yeah, that was a poor decision. So we're not covering it on all the players. They're spacing us out and playing really wide and giving themselves time on the ball. Control the ball, Amar. Don't hit it. Control the ball. You have time. The ball is played to you. You're going to hit the ball right back to the Mexican and they start to play again. Control the ball.
What is interesting here, the Jamaicans are first to every ball.
That was almost a goal again. Lowe overcommitted himself and got turned. He's playing aggressive, overcommit, and got turned. You can't overcommit. Stay behind the man. He can't turn. You overcommit. He's going to turn you. And that was close. It was going outside, but Blake pushed it out anyway.
Okay, he has to make sure there.
Yeah, we haven't started well at all. We're not playing smart.
It's 10 minutes in. Jamaica.
Yeah, paper. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. It's men against boys so far. It's not looking good. Our forward line need to play deeper. They got to come back. They got to come back and help and come and take the ball off their midfielders and defenders. You got to come. If you have your ball players, they need to get on the ball. And I'm not sure the midfield is good enough to get them the ball in good spaces, so they got to do a better job. Gray got to play more in the center.
What do you think Cataract is thinking, saying, doing at this moment?
Crying.
You think he's being positive?
I think he's crying. Oh, Antonio had the ball. Oh. And Antonio is twisting and turning. That was a really good play, actually.
Yeah.
A really good direct play. Good ball in the box to Antonio.
He's received
a little more magic and it would be on goal.
He has received several balls like that in this tournament and have not been able to be clinical from those positions.
Yeah.
Look, there's a long way to go. This game is just 10 minutes in and 11 minutes in.
I would agree.
And Jamaica does have the quality on the pitch. I mean, Gray has been really good this tournament.
That he has been, so he needs to bring out a magic tonight. We need Antonio to get on the score sheet. Come on, Antonio. Get in the box and rough up these Mexicans. They're too small for you.
And it looked like he has fit right in. You know, there's a dynamic when you come from outside. Sometimes fitting in with the group could be challenging. It seems as though he's fit right in.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
And could be a leader in this team.
So why are we pushing Amari Bell so far up the field with the Mexicans? What are we doing? We're pushing Amari Bell way up the field on the right winger, playing against a team that's a ball possession team. When they get the ball, they're countering us. That's not smart defense. You have to balance out the defense in the forward line. This is annoying to watch. What's the coach? You can't play like we play against the other teams. You cannot push Amari Bell way up the field, and when we turn the ball over, we're scrambling to go back. That's asinine. I'm getting frustrated watching this way this is set up. Amari Bell cannot go that deep in this game. Because when we lose the ball, it's coming back at us quicker than we play it upfield. I'm sorry, I can't agree with that concept of how we're going to play. If you just joined us, Mexico scored in the first 2 minutes of the game. Mexico leading Jamaica by 1-0. We're at 12 minutes and 24 seconds in.
Let's see what's happening here. I want to see the...
People say, I hear someone say Gray playing too deep in one of these things. I don't know about Gray playing too deep. He can't go well. You got to touch the ball. He has to touch the ball.
You're right now. Mexico is comfortable with 67% possession, 63% possession in the game.
Gray's trying to get on the ball. He's playing like a Robert Marson role. He's the only one I think has the ability to just be played real composed like how Marson plays. It's a really good ball by Lowe. Need to bring the ball in the box. Good cross. No such luck. Good stop.
So far, Jamaica is first. Mexico is first to every ball.
Yep.
All over the pitch in their defensive third, in middle third, in the attacking third.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See how they fought a good job shielding the ball against Low?
Yeah,
That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do upfield.
Yeah.
And I say Antonio's always falling down. He shouldn't be falling down against the smaller Mexicans. You're too big for that. And that stadium is full of Mexican fans.
Yeah.
They're singing and they've been drinking. They're having a good time.
We're
trying to press, but we're not turning them over from the press. And then they're going to go. They're playing and then they go deep, right?
I don't think it's a press. There seems to be presence, but they're not pressing. I don't think necessarily.
Well, they're pressing them as they get to 3/4 or 2/3 of their own half. Look how the front six is going up. So it's not pressing the goalkeeper when they go get the ball. It's further upfield.
I mean, when you press with a little more intensity than that, right?
Oh, that's true.
I think there's a presence, but they're not really defending that.
I'm not seeing Lambert in the game touching the ball. I haven't seen Bailey touch the ball. You got to go back and get the ball, Bailey, if you want it. Ball upfield to Antonio, back to Lambert. Play the ball wide to Javon Brown. Looking to go deep. Good ball. Good idea.
The pitch looks
Bailey kicked out at the player.
You know that?
Bailey kicked out at the player who was marking him, actually. So the player's complaining.
The pitch looks very dry.
Yeah. If you have just joined us, we are 50 minutes in. And unfortunately, Mexico is leading us by 1-0.
Kevin is asking who was at fault for the goal.
The team.
Yeah, I don't know if any one person was at fault.
The team was at fault. I said many defenders, but it's the team. Or the people, not defenders, the who are defending.
Look at this here.
Jamaica with the ball trying to go upfield.
You see.
He crossed the ball wide. That's a foul, referee. Come on, that's a foul. Bobby Reed had man wide, Gray wide on the left, couldn't get in the ball.
Look, Antonio works extremely hard to
Yeah, he does.
Get options. His work rate is.
It's exemplary. He does push it.
Yeah, he's always trying to make sure the person in possession has an option. Covering a lot.
That ball a while ago, though, I thought Breed was fouled from behind by the player. We're not pressing now. We have difficulty in getting close to the ball.
Yeah, Jamaica hasn't gotten close to the ball yet for this half. So the first 15 minutes gone, and Mexico is quite comfortable.
So that Mexico has a corner.
They scored one and had a couple that, could be considered half chances.
Yeah.
They're very comfortable in this game right now.
They are comfortable. We don't disagree 963 about that concept if you're pressing. If you're pressing, then players should be relaxed. But you have to be able to get close to them, even if you're pressing.
Yeah, everybody's got to be on the same page. You got to.
Yeah. I have never seen a team.
They're winning everything.
So many players struggle with set plays so much like us. Like, we struggle with set plays. We always seem to give up a header by somebody who's 5'6" for some reason. I don't know why.
Mexico got rid of the coach after the Nations League game, and you bring a new coach in, and he's able to get the team to play.
Mexico fire every coach after they lose a tournament. If you lose a tournament, they fire you.
You can't. You can't mess around.
That's probably the shortest job ever. You got to make sure you're getting as much payout per game as possible. Because if you lose a tournament, you're not lasting.
Yeah, I mean the game is about results, right? And Mexico and as far as they're concerned, they're the best in the region, and they're supposed to win when they play.
Gray's the only one confident in the ball. You see that?
Yeah.
Gray's like how Ravel play. He's the only one who has the ability to, that the Mexicans are doing. Take the ball, look for a pass, don't see it turn, and don't feel pressure. No one else on the team seems to have that ability. What did Amari just run out of bounds? Come on.
And that's Antonio, isn't it?
That was Antonio a while ago? Yeah, that. Some head and shoulder fake. Dip left and go right. Do something. Do what Gray does. Turn on the ball.
You just
be comfortable. Treat the ball like it's yours. You own it.
They just showed us the bench, and I didn't see management. Earlier on, you were talking about while the penalties was going, you mentioned about the long run up of the Panamanian player. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a very short video with management and Simon doing PKs.
Okay.
Which have you seen it?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, taking penalty kicks.
Yeah, taking penalty kicks. Yeah.
Neither of them look like they can play football.
Yeah.
Neither of them look like they can take penalties.
I knew it was serious when Simon put down his phone, but management run up remind me of Michael Holding in the day. He went all the way out to the side of the camera.
He did that long run up, right? Yeah. Like it's a 800 meter, 1500 meter run. Neither of them kick a ball. I know management can play football, but neither of them look great taking a penalty. I must admit.
Yeah, you remind me of the old Mikey Holden boy. That guy was, I don't know if you watched cricket in those days, but that guy was beautiful to watch him.
Yeah, he went to my high school,
He went to high school.
So I have a picture with him in my living room, actually. I went to a high school event and he was there and took a picture with him. Yeah. On my wall in my living room.
I used to like
or in my kitchen, I should say. Huh?
I used to like going to the games in Trinidad when and we'll just watch him open the bowl in for the West Indies, and just that smooth.
He was really smooth run up, really smooth, graceful.
Yeah.
Very graceful.
Beautiful to watch.
Yeah. And had serious pace to come along with that gracefulness.
It's difficult. It's difficult to play if you're going to play the long ball. I mean, the game there's many ways you can play the game, and if you're going to play long, you have to be able to win the ball, the first and the second ball. But at the moment, Jamaica is playing it long, but it's not winning it.
We don't have a pass from our defense. Look, when they have the ball, they don't struggle to get the ball out. We struggle to just get a pass to anybody. When Lowe had the ball, it would go. People say Lowe like to go long. He had no pass. Oh, that was a bad turnover by Amari Bell.
You see, Mexico is pressing.
Yeah.
Mexico is pressing.
And their press is vigorous. It's not the simple press. They put energy into their press, as you said previously.
Yeah. They want to win the ball back.
But that was a bad. You got to go higher with that ball. Actually, it's going to go from that situation.
The intensity with which you close the space between where you're starting from and where the opponent is in possession is important. You can't juggle, He's got to know that he's in a football match.
They're not giving us any room to get out, actually. Good ball by Antonio. Played inside Latibadier. Go to Gray wide. So Amari Bell, the ball wide. Gray has the ball wide, looking to go inside, looking for a pass. And he's going to try that right foot shot. Oh, blocked. Blocked by the defender, took the pace off it.
Yeah,
he wants to that right foot.
If they allow him to get that comfortable on the ball in the attacking third, he can hurt them, and they would know that. But it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen.
Do you know that pass was there again, Andre?
Which pass up the line?
The pass he gave Amari Bell was there again a while ago.
Yeah.
That pass was there for him to make and get the same result.
Bell is a little bit wider on this occasion.
Yeah, but if he played towards the goal, there's no one close to him. He's in on goal.
You would want him to take that shot though in that situation, right?
Well, true, but I think sometimes it's like a free kick to me, where in today's football, everyone seems to be trying to kick for the goal when those passes are sometimes there, frankly.
Right.
Don't foul him. That's a stupid foul by Bobby Reed. Yeah. The man can't go anywhere. Do not foul him.
That's not
a smart foul.
That's what the guy waiting on. So in this moment here, Jamaica has gotten closer to the Mexicans.
Well, yeah, I think the Mexicans started with a ball of fire. I think we are getting more into our game. Not necessarily defensively pressured, but when we get on the ball, we're doing more with it. And a bit more confidence has been exuded by us.
I think I've seen about maybe a dozen Jamaican fans in the stands.
That many? Bad touch by Gray. Really bad touch. Gotta do better with that, Gray. You don't get a lot of those chances. Gotta do better than that.
Yeah, the game, I think Jamaica would want this to go to halftime really quick so that the coach could reorganize and get the team on track.
The Mexicans are moving really well, actually, without the ball.
Yeah, they've had a good
time. People realize how well they move without the ball. Even on throw-ins, they're not stationary. They're very mobile.
Yeah, it's been a good 25 minutes for them so far.
I haven't seen Bailey in the game at all. I've seen Gray. I've seen Antonio. I haven't seen Bailey or Bobby Reed that much, frankly.
But the good thing is that despite all that's going on, the score is only 1-0, right?
Yep, we're in the 25th minute. Jamaica versus Mexico, the semifinal of the 2023 Gold Cup. And Mexico leading Jamaica by 1-0.
And the final is Sunday, right?
Mexico at number 5 is free in the box. That would be marked.
That's a good punch by
Reed. Reed trying to go wide to Bailey. Bailey has, what do they call him? Is there a foul or something? Referee's calling it back. I'm not sure what he's calling. And Jamaica's not happy. I'm not sure what he's calling.
Yeah, look, Lowe's a big boy. What is the?
I don't know what he's calling, actually. He's talking to Jamaican players.
Is it a drop ball? Is it?
He's giving it to the Mexicans, it appears.
Give it to the Mexicans? It looked like it's a drop.
Oh, he's time to kick the ball back, actually. Not sure what happened on that play. So Jamaica has the ball deep in their own half. Sean Bernard is going to go long. 50-50 ball. Ball plays up to Antonio. Has the ball out. I'm not sure if he got fouled. Or Mexico has the ball played out of bounds. Jamaica has the ball. We're playing what do you call it? Jamaica bat up and catch. When you play quickly, you hit the ball up in the air. That's what we're playing right now. There's no ball on the ground in possession football. Yeah, Jamaica Brown has the ball deep in the Mexican half with a throw-in.
Mexicans are winning most of the first ball and second balls. If they don't win the first one, they win the second one. Jamaica's had a little more possession now. It's up to about.
What's the possession distribution? What's the
59-41. 59 Mexico.
If we have more than 40%, we're doing well in football. Period. Ball out to Reed. Doesn't know what he wants to do. Try to go wide to Amari Bell. And he turned the ball over. He should just cross it.
That's some good defending, though.
Yeah. Why did Bernard do that? You had time on the ball. All you had to do was turn the ball, Why are you playing the ball like that? That's a panicky play.
Yeah, that's not.
That's a dumb play by Bernard. That's not a smart play. You just turn your back with the ball and go back to your keeper or go wide to low. What you doing a while ago with your left foot that you can't use? That's not a smart play.
You see what Lowe just did?
Uh-huh. He got a yellow card as he normally does. Nothing new.
Yeah, that guy walked on him. Yeah.
Was that deliberate though? Lowe always picks up a yellow. That's what he does.
Yeah, it's
Unnecessary. He's overly sometimes I rate him as a player, but he's overly aggressive and sometimes doesn't play as smart as he needs to.
And sometimes you get in conversation with the referee and you're not sure. The referee may not like it at the moment, and you know what I mean. The next thing you do, he remembers you. It's one of those things. Was it deliberate? I don't know.
Yeah, we're not playing with composure. Not because you're being pressured, means you have to boot the ball up the field. Pressure is part of football. Assess where you are, assess the risk you're taking, and make an informed decision based on your assessment. Bernard a while ago kicking the ball with his left foot where he has no left. It wasn't a smart play. This is a dangerous position to have to be. And we should look for them to try something creative. Now, why are you facing the wrong side when you can't see anything after that?
What do you think about the player line on the ground?
Oh, he scored. He scored.
Yeah, he scored. He make it 2-0.
That's a dumb foul to give up the way Lowe gave it a foul. That's what cost him.
Yeah.
Not a smart foul.
It was 2v1. He should have been.
Yeah, it was two defenders.
Yeah.
Not a smart foul. Dangerous place to foul. Not smart. We're not playing smart football. It's a good free kick.
It's a very good.
Really good free kick.
A very good free kick.
Yeah, couldn't save that. It was over the wall too. Couldn't save that. We had the shortest man on the end of the wall though. Even though he went over Lambert's head. It's a brilliant free kick actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a brilliant free kick. Can't say that. Lowe has not played well. I'm sorry, I have to say that. Not because he gave up this goal, but he's getting beaten with his over-aggressiveness. He's not assessing the play and make a decision. He got turned at the edge of the box previous in the first half because he's overly aggressive. You have to play with composure when playing defense and not overcommit. And he gave a free kick in a position which wasn't smart.
I wouldn't single out anybody. I think the team hasn't joined the game as yet. I think the team has just been all over the place.
Yeah. Well, no, he was involved in both goals. The first one, he didn't run out to go defend the play, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. He was
involved in both goals. So Mexico is now staying deep, looking to break.
I don't think they would stay deep. I think they're defending in this moment, but they're
defending deep. They want to win the ball and attack us because they seem to be able to get at us because we go way upfield. They win the ball and we're scrambling. We're not behind the ball enough, frankly, when we lose the ball. And it's not like we're trying to walk the ball up the field and turn it over because we're playing the ball long to get up to our forwards. The coach got to change something. Sorry. Yeah, I think Lambert got to come. If Lambert's not going to offer you anything offensively, he can't be off the field because he's not there defensively because they're playing the ball around us.
Should he have put an extra player in midfield and make a sacrifice up front? Should he have made an adjustment up front and use Shaman?
The only sacrifice up front is going to be Bailey because Bobby Reed played defense. Bailey doesn't play defense. Bailey's not in this game tonight.
But Shaman Nicholson works hard and what's the other guy name? Is it what's the other striker? Burke.
Yeah, Lowe is going to get another yellow, you know. It's guaranteed to get another yellow tonight. Did the ref tell him to calm down?
Yeah, that's not a good. He's
going to get another yellow. I would replace him actually.
Yeah.
You have to realize what is happening in the game and make decision. We pull out Lambert the last game because of that. Lowe is they're running around him and you're going to stretch and do something which is not smart eventually. And as a coach, you got to realize that and make tough decisions.
Yeah, I'm sure he's assessing what his options are.
I bet he doesn't take him out though.
Maybe not immediately. He has to be thinking though of at some point in time. Because you wouldn't want to go down to 10 men now being down 2-0.
Yeah, that was a pour by defense a while ago. The man was wide open in the back post. Wide open. See, Mexico have the ball, they're pressuring us. Play the ball wide quickly. Go get the ball, midfielders. Go and get the ball. Ball up to, who is that? Amari Bell, looking for a pass. The Mexicans almost like setting traps, actually.
Yeah,
they're not pressing all the way up the field. They look like they're setting traps.
They know exactly where on the pitch they want to win the ball.
Yeah.
They know where they want to win the ball. See, here they go.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on us. We can't even get the ball out. Amari Bell can't get the ball out. We don't have the same pressure on them when they have the ball, right? They find ways to get out. We don't have that.
Yeah, they're quite confident in how they want to win the ball back.
Yeah.
But look, there's always saying that the worst lead to have in football is a 2-0 lead.
I think so. So you get confident.
One goal and sometimes panic step in. So,
referee, that's not a foul? Really? That's not a foul, referee?
Yeah.
Really?
Once he put his hands over like that, it's going to look.
But he didn't just fall over. He pushed him down. I think Jamaicans are getting perturbed with the referee and certain calls that he's making. So who is Gray marking? You're not marking anyone, Gray. You're standing up by yourself. You're not marking. You're not helping your Jamaican players down. Jamaican players hurt. Jamaican players hurt. I think you got put in. That has to be a yellow card. Yeah, I think you got hurt. I wonder if VAR is going to take a look at this.
It's looking really bad, though.
Yeah.
It's looking really bad.
Let's see what happened.
You just looked, though.
Oh, that's a red card. That's a red card. That should be a red card. Where is VAR? That has to be a red card. I bet they gave nothing for that. He stepped in his ankle.
At worst, it's probably going to be a yellow. I don't think
it's nothing. If you didn't give him a yellow, VAR is not going to talk about yellow. VAR is going to focus on red. That's a brilliant free kick. Yeah. It's showing you the highlights of the free kick again.
The coaches are plotting the next move.
They are plotting the next move. Yeah. The referee didn't give a yellow card for that.
I'm not sure it was deliberate.
It doesn't matter if it's deliberate or not. It's not about intent. It's about outcome.
Right.
It's not about intent. It's about outcome. He stepped in his ankle. It's not about outcome. It's about what you did. That's ridiculous. That should have been at least a yellow.
Right, but the intent is not.
He probably can't play a game for the rest of the game. And VAR didn't ask the referee to look at it.
Yeah, he could be in some trouble here. It looked like.
That's ridiculous. He's not gonna. He can't play a game. Trust me. He's out for the rest. And you can tell how he's limping. I don't think he's gonna play a game. I think that's ridiculous, though. That's not even a yellow card. You gave Lowe a yellow, and this player escapes with a yellow card for a step like that. Whether or not he meant it doesn't matter. He ended up in the player's ankle. Come on, Lowe. You got to get the ball over the player. I don't think Lambert should be playing. Lambert is not comfortable on the ball. He can't play under pressure. As a coach, you have to realize that he cannot play under pressure. As he gets pressure, he plays the safest thing. He doesn't make a turn. Yeah.
Look, 101 on Arsenal is asking. He says it's 4 a.m. here in London, just flying in from Greece. How are we playing?
Oh, it's Apollo. Apollo, it doesn't look good, son. I hope you enjoyed your vacation. It doesn't look good. The Mexicans have been a better team so far. We haven't played well. We haven't played well at all. We're down 2-0, but we haven't played well. What is Bailey trying to do?
The
referee gonna call a foul there. He's called a foul against us every time. I think the players are getting frustrated with the referee.
I think if you look at this, if you look at the team
Why are you following him though? He's going nowhere. Like
if you look at the team, and some people have mentioned it in the in some of the previous commentary, it just there seems to be a lot of individual effort. The approach to the game is based on individual effort.
well, I told someone the other day that we're not a team, we're a collection of good players, and they chastised me for being critical. You can't say anything that may be viewed negative because you're gonna get chastised. We're not a team. Mexico is a team. They have played together for a long time, junior level, senior level. We have a bunch of big up good players, and they have done really well so far in the tournament. But it takes a much bigger time to pick a team. Why is this player so wide open?
So
are we for real?
This is right now. Jamaica would be in the top 4, right?
Yes.
So this is not.
We have all day to make that pass a while ago, and Bobby Reed gave the ball away. I don't understand it. Yeah. The Mexicans are not just giving the ball away for no reason. We have the ball, sometimes we just give the ball away. Antonio's getting foul after foul. At some point, referee, there's a volume of foul you give a yellow card for. If the player keep pushing the player over, at some point you give a yellow card. Apollo's saying these are the top teams. Yes, I agree with you, Apollo. These are the teams we're going to play well against because that's the competition. That's who we're competing against. Antonio just gave the ball away for no reason. He's won it back.
Yeah.
And he then referee called a foul. He's not happy.
Yeah. It looked like he hit him in the face.
Yeah. But Antonio's just clumsy. It's not like he meant to hit him.
Yeah, he is.
See, he didn't know he hit him.
Let's see what happens there.
He wasn't trying to hit him. The referee's been a joke sometimes. I'm sorry, but the referee's calling calls. Javane Brown got stepped in his ankle. He didn't look for VAR. And then you get these little petty fouls that the player hold his face up to say it's a foul. That's nonsense. It was inadvertent. Why is the man so open a while ago?
Yeah, look at this.
The player is wide open. Nobody's marking him. He's stepped behind the 2 defenders. We're not caught. Lowe should be directing traffic right there.
I think I can't wait for the halftime to come so that the coach could make some adjustments and.
Only trying to do something by himself.
Yeah, it's a lot of individual effort. Yeah,
he's getting frustrated, but they gotta play team ball. You have to play the ball amongst the members. You can't just try to do it by yourself. I don't know where Bailey is. I didn't even know Bailey was playing. Yeah, I see Antonio. I see Gray. I haven't seen Bailey or Bobby Reed. What are you doing?
The Jamaican team is under a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, we're not playing smart. You're passing the ball to who a while ago, Lambert? I swear, I have no idea who you're passing the ball to. Play the ball wide. Play the ball wide. Play the ball wide. Yeah, I mean, you're screaming in my living room. So Antonio can give the ball away. I know it's easy in my living room to watch the game because I'm on camera and I can see the whole field. But
yeah.
You gotta realize when you have the ball where your teammate is.
Look, Ricardo Badger is saying, "Don't worry, Cronky. Watch second half. We are coming back."
You talk about backing up. You're not backing at Jamaica. Come back. Rasta banana backing.
The game does have 2 halves, so you don't know what's going to happen in the second half.
We have done nothing to show we're going to come back.
Yeah.
I hope we do, but we haven't done anything so far to show that. The Mexicans are comfortable. We haven't taken a shot on their goal all game.
I don't think Jamaica has matched the intensity of the game. The Mexicans have played the game at a higher intensity, and Jamaica has matched it. So they're winning all the balls, first balls, second balls.
Yeah, Antonio's trying really hard. We're not seeing the same effort from everyone, actually. I'm not seeing Bobby Reed. I'm not seeing Bailey. I see synopsis or tidbits of Gray. We need more of that, actually. The same that Antonio's putting out, I need to see from everyone.
Yeah, to compete, you've got to, the first thing you got to do is match the intensity of the opponent.
Yeah. They're playing like their life depends on it. We're playing like we're comfortable.
Well, I mean, that's what the Mexicans the football is life and death in Mexico.
If you just joined us, we're down by 2-0. Mexico scored in the first half of the game. In the first 2 minutes, frankly, we had a free kick deep in the Mexican half. Ball wasn't played where it should, got headed out, and we were lacking defensively. The second goal was a bad foul outside the box by Lowe, where he got a yellow card, and it was put in the top corner. Brilliant free kick by the Mexican.
Yeah, those guys have to get an. There's been no chances created by Jamaica so far.
We haven't created anything.
Yeah.
We haven't looked dangerous. Granted, Mexico hasn't created a ton either, but they've scored when they needed to. They were good in the first part. Mexico was good in the first half. Jamaica's come more in the game, but not enough to look dangerous as we should be or create opportunities. So if Mexico have the ball in their own half, they're pretty comfortable, right? We're trying to press them. We're trying to come on as one, which is a good strategy to employ, but we're not getting close to them when they have it.
Yeah, sometimes when you don't start fast enough, it's hard to. You just need halftime to come so you can regroup. Jamaica started slow and
where is Lowe going? I was going to get the ball. See, when we push our defenders up on kicks like these, which are not close in the box, we have to be balanced defensively because we know when they win the ball, they're keeping 2 and 3 players up. So if they win it, they have the numbers. So look, they have 2 players up, and we have 3 behind. We have to make sure we cover up. See, they have 3 players or 4 players in dangerous positions. That's a good free kick. Ball headed out to Latibadir. Play wide to Bailey. 2 men is on him. Need to go back in the box, Gray. Gray, poor free kick. Played wide quickly. Good cross, very good cross.
Yeah, it's a dangerous ball.
Yeah. Must be off Bailey. I don't know what Bailey's doing. Bailey has been a spectator. If I was a ref, coach, I'd change him at halftime. He's not adding any value. I know people hate to hear that, but he's not adding any value. I wasn't sure he was playing. I couldn't tell he was playing in the game.
You'll get in trouble for that.
I really don't care. I call it like I see it. You don't like it? Too bad.
Jamaica have 2 wing backs who doesn't go forward. Why not play 3 at the back end?
No, you can't go forward when you're under pressure, people. Sorry, don't agree with that sentiment. You go forward, you lose the ball, you're in trouble. The wing backs need to play the way they're playing. What we need is the midfield to take a hold of the game and to get the ball up to the forwards. We need the forwards to do some more work. Come help the defense. Good defending by Maridel. What we need is the midfield has been our challenge and it's manifested itself tonight. You have to be able to take the ball off your defenders and get the ball upfield. And Ravel is the only person we have in midfield who can do that, frankly. Period. That plays for Jamaica a while now. We have no one else who can do that.
Your front 4 or 5 players have not shown up for this game as yet.
No?
And I think
So Gray has the ball.
That's not a good header.
Cross it. Oh, Lord. Cross it. And Bailey's frustrated. Cross the ball. What happened? Is it halftime?
Halftime, yeah.
It's halftime. 47 minutes and 22 seconds played. Mexico comfortable in the lead. We have not taken a shot to threaten the goalkeeper. We have not created a chance. It's not been a good evening so far.
Yes, it's been a difficult one. The game has not gone the way that I thought it would go.
No.
I thought the game would have been closer. Actually, I predicted a 0-0 game, to be honest with you.
Well, you can't give a goal in the first minute of the game when you're the one attacking, right? It's like Arsenal. Arsenal used to play on the Arsene Wenger. We thrust it. 8 people forward, 9 forward, leaving the goalkeeper and 1 defender back. We lose the ball and the team scored a counterattack. That cannot happen in football.
Yeah.
Then you're not well coached. You're not well positioned. That's coaching. That's saying when we have free kick up there, but also on that play, 2 defenders colliding with each other. And that also created a chance for the Mexicans. And we didn't go out to the ball when they had the ball out wide. We had our defenders backing up with their hands behind their back. I know in today's football, you want to hand the ball, but you got to go attack the ball to prevent the cross from coming in. So the player had a chance to pick out who he wanted to in the box. Frederick Mars, Antonio needs to come off. I don't agree with that, actually. I think Antonio's been one of the better players for us. He's the only one who's in the break. Why are we saying Antonio, Frederick? What do you think about Bailey or Bobby Reed? I think we pick on players sometime and don't want to pick on our favorites. What has Bailey done in the game or Bobby Reed done in the game to be on the field?
Yeah, I think that happens sometimes a lot where we look at players and we say, well, let's remove this one because it might be, I like to refer it as low-hanging fruit as opposed to the bigger name players, you know?
Yeah.
Right now, something needs to happen. And the coach has to think about whether Lowe could survive the second half.
He's not taking out Lowe, so we're going to run the risk. He's not taking out Lowe. It's not happening.
So he's going to run the risk of probably having to play with 10
we may end up with 10 men, but he's not taking out Lowe. And frankly, he's played well with yellow cards throughout this tournament, but he gets too many yellow cards.
Yeah,
he gets too many yellow cards.
There's a lot of long balls being played forward too. Michael Gordon is saying that, and we are bypassing the midfield. Bobby is tracking back, but Bailey is absent in all areas, back or front. There's a lot of long balls played, and it's not being won. The Mexicans are winning the ball in the air. They're first stage. So,
well, look, you've played football at a high level, Andre. Here's what happens. So you're in the park. You're defending, pick the ball up. You don't see anybody get the ball to, and they do a man is in their back, and you don't trust them to receive it and be able to turn with it. Because all you do is get it back to you. So what you do, you're gonna put it long to get out of your area. That's all.
Yeah, and that is not going to work if you're not matching the intensity of the opponent, right?
Yeah, because they're moving off the ball when they have the ball. They're moving. They're saying, "Come and get me" when they have the ball, because then we have to respond defensively. Say, "I know where I'm going. You don't know where I'm going. I should be able to. Move away from you."
Cataract says,
Devon, good night. Mr. Porter, good night.
Cataract say, I still believe.
Good night, Cranky.
History.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay, you know. Just watching what transpiring here. I think, you know, people need to understand that we're playing a high-level team. It's not a walk in the park. And if you look at how the Mexicans are playing, they're overloading in certain quadrants of the field. 2v1, 3v2, 4v3, 4v2, and they keep moving the ball and they're winning second balls, and those third man runs are hurting us. The midfield is static at this stage. We need a little bit more creativity in the midfield. I think Bobby and Leon is lost right now. They need to find themselves.
Watch this play. One second, Devon. 1 second. You see that play a while ago where they're showing the first goal, the Mexican win the ball? There's nobody even 10 yards in his vicinity. Right? Which then says, as a defender, somebody has to go out there to him. Let him make a decision. But anyway, go ahead, Devon.
Yeah, and those are the things that hurting us. And, you know, that early goal, you know, and then we start chasing the game. And we look out of sort and we look all over the place. The link up between the midfield and forward is not there. Mikel Antonio is trying to do too much at this stage. And I mean, when you're down an early goal, what you need to do is just relax. You don't need to chase the game. You still have the whole game ahead of you. It's 2 minutes in. You know, you don't need to chase the game. Just relax and try to connect your passes and play with your teammate and see what the outcome will be in the next 15 minutes. You know, and so forth. We are not playing the game in stages. because the first 15 minutes in the game we are lost. What we should have been doing is that said, okay, the next 15 minutes, let's see where we are. What can we do? How can we link up midfield to forward? Get Gray in the game. Get Antonio into the game. Try to move the ball a little bit quicker. Yes, the Mexicans are pressing, but listen to me, it don't matter how hard you press. If you limit your touches on the ball and move the ball, you cannot outrun the ball.
Devon, so here's what we don't sometimes realize or don't admit to ourselves. They're a better team. They're a better team.
Yes,
And
they
so
might
here's
be
the
a
thing.
better team.
Yeah, the two teams we have played who play possession football, the US dominated us possessionally in that game and missed quite a few chances. Mexico is doing the same thing. Not creating as many chances, frankly. The Mexicans have created a ton of chances. They've gotten away in good, dangerous position, but haven't done anything with it. We have been dominated possessionally by the two of the best teams in CONCACAF. And we have to close that gap some way, somehow. We don't have the players in the middle. David Badir is a defender. Lambert doesn't play with the ball. He's more defensive. We have no ball player in the midfield to control the game, to move the ball between, receive the ball from defenders and move the ball upfield. We have none of that. We have 4 forwards we're playing with, 2 who are lost. Bobby Reed tried to play defense. Bailey's not on the field. He's taking up space. Antonio is doing what he needs to do because he has no help. And Gray touches the ball periodically and try to do something. So Bobby Reed and Bailey, to me, are taking up space on the field. We got to change them. But in the middle of the park, we don't have any midfielders to put on there. We have no midfielder in the entirety of the players who are in the 50-man squad that can go in and say, you know what, we can rely on this person to control the ball, control the game, defensive and offensive. We don't have that.
Look,
Yeah,
Devon, just hold on for a minute. This Jamaican squad is probably the most expensive squad in the tournament, isn't it? In terms of the
if you're playing the English Premier League, you're probably overpriced, aren't you? Especially if you're English born players. So yeah, they probably are.
But I think it is by all accounts, and this is a good group of players. For me, I think the first half was about the intensity. Jamaica did not match the intensity of Mexico. Mexico was winning all the duels, the first balls, the second balls. And if Jamaica could correct that and get closer to the Mexicans, I think we'll have a better second half. But I don't think this is a situation where, look, you just tied with Mexico 2-2 in Mexico, which was a tougher environment, right? Above sea level, and you tied 2-2. So I don't think it's a situation where Mexico is so much better, and it's just that Jamaica is not performing in this moment. And I think if they can raise the intensity, get closer to the Mexicans, and make the game a little bit more difficult, they can, make a better second half out of it.
So David Starr is saying Brown, Bell, Lambert, and Bailey need to come off halftime, but this coach is not brave enough to do it. His changes have been poor all tournament. Yeah, I don't think the coach has done the best job of managing the game. Actually.
Bertrand, that's not how football. That's not how football is. Every time our team is not doing well in the first half of the game, the whole Jamaica is calling for changes. That's not how football is. Football does not go like that, and people needs to understand. What Andre says just now is totally correct. So here is the thing: if the coach can make the necessary adjustment, we are seeing what's happening out there. I hope he's seeing exactly what we are seeing and can make the changes. Just like the other day, he bring in Daniel and you can see a difference. Okay? Now, the person that should have been there is not there. We can't talk about that. Because he does not have a club and he's not playing no football. So we have to play with what we have.
Devon, You know the front four are scored in one game in the tournament so far?
And exactly. Okay. So people needs to understand, they are cold. Where are the goals coming from? Okay. Yes, we might get back one and it might change the game. No, here is what Jamaica have in their favor. That 2-2 draw in the Azteca. Coming from behind. You think that's not in the back of the mind of the Mexicans?
We didn't come from behind. They came from behind. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Devin?
yeah, yeah. But
They
the
came from
2-2,
behind
no,
twice.
yeah, but the 2-2 draw that I'm saying, it's in the back of their mind that this Jamaica team drew with us at home. It is in the back of their mind.
They're not playing like it. That's for sure. They're playing like they own the field and they own us. They're not
And
playing like a team who's considering what happened in Mexico.
and
They came out, as Andre said, they came out with more fire than we did. They came out aggressively. They've been running. They hit us early. They've been hitting them ever since. We haven't punched back.
yes, they did. But here's the thing now. Here's the thing. They came out to prove something. And when you're playing football like that, it can come back and hurt you. Hopefully, hopefully, as I said, the coach is seeing what's happening and he can make the necessary adjustment and we can get back into the game. If we score one goal early coming out of the break, this whole game can change. It's football.
Yeah, the next
But
goal.
But Devon, do you think we should make any changes at halftime? And what change
well,
will you make, if any?
yeah, the midfield. The midfield for sure. There is I see nothing in the midfield that's gonna aid us right now. Lambert is very static. Yeah, Latibodier is trying to win his duel and make tackles, but he alone can't do it. You need when he wins the ball, who is he gonna give the ball to? And when the person gets the ball, what is he gonna do with it? So we need somebody who can handle the ball, who is a ball player. So I would probably take Lambert out and put Daniel in.
We're playing 4-2-4. This whole nonsense about us playing 4-2-3. We're playing 4-2-4 against a Mexican team that dominate midfield. Bailey is not playing, coming back and support, and Antonio's playing up top. This whole notion that we play 4-2-3-1, 4-3-3, that's garbage. We're playing
And
4-2-4.
and
And you
and
can't
there
play 2-4 against a ball possession team where you're dominant in the middle of the park. That's a
and
fact.
and Cranky, here is the thing that we need to understand. Whatever formation you go out with on the field for the kickoff at the start of the game, it changes a million times. If you play with two forwards and one of them not drop it in the middle when we lose possession of the ball and keep some
Wait.
compactness,
We're
we
putting
we
on
gonna get
Nicholson? We're putting on Nicholson for who?
Yeah, Shamal's
we
coming on. It looked like for Antonio probably. I don't know. I think
Why?
the coach,
Why?
the coach, the coach obviously would feel that he need to do something, and he knows best. He's in the hot seat at the moment.
But why is Bailey on the field?
But if you make changes, if you make
No,
changes,
Antonio's on the field. Antonio's
um,
not off.
I'm not sure who's coming off. But my point, Cronky, if you make changes and the demeanor of the team does not change, it's not going to make a difference. I think the team needs to change it up its intensity, match the intensity of Mexico, and see what happens before you start making.
So what we have now, 5 forwards? I'm confused. Who is off? Is it Bobby Reed off? It has to be Bobby Reed off. It has to be. Yeah, I think Bobby Reed is off. So now we're playing with 2 center forwards. Really? And Bailey is not in the game. So your middle is even worse than it was before because Bobby Reed plays defense.
Well, he's trying to get back in the game.
Yeah, but Bailey doesn't play defense. You can't get back in the game by losing more, but giving up more goals. Good move by Nicholson. Bad touch, his first touch. Nicholson has been atrocious this tournament. He's beyond atrocious. I don't think people know that. He's been beyond atrocious. His first touch on a simple ball is overtouch.
He started lively. He's looking like he's up there.
Andre, he's been awful. And I hope he scores. I hope he plays well because he's been awful. So I'm not sure what the coach. I would have put down Whisper versus Nicholson.
So what is different right now in this moment? Already with a minute into the game. Yeah, they're winning the balls.
Oh, good shot by Antonio. Not a bad shot at all. They're pressing. Oh, there's some the referees. Something is happening. I don't know what's happening. There is some big contention on the field. Let me see something. The ball is won.
I'm not seeing it because my feed is slower.
I think it's Lambert who stepped on somebody.
Yeah. And he's quite upset about it. You see the starting position now. The intent is to press.
Yeah, they're pressing way up the field. But you know what? If they break that press, we're in trouble. That's the thing about that.
This is going to be an interesting second half.
Yeah, I agree.
Who scored?
Nicholson, here's the thing about this, Andre. Here's the thing about this, Andre. When you're under so much pressure, you get a ball deep in the opponent's half. You can't make such a bad touch on your first touch.
Yeah.
You have to create something for your team.
Yeah. So Jamaica got the first
switch
shot.
the ball. Good head by Jabane Brown.
So that's probably third or fourth ball that Jamaica won the first ball already in the second.
I would have put on Whisper versus Nicholson. And put Gray in the 10 position. I probably would have put Bailey also because he's not giving me anything.
This is way better than the entire first half.
Because they're playing as if, you know what? What difference does it make with the score? We're going to play high, we're going to play hard, we're going to play up, we're going to press high.
If Jamaica get the next
we're making them uncomfortable, which is good.
Yeah. And that's what the game was missing in the first half. They did what they wanted in the first half.
Yep. We're making them uncomfortable, which is good.
But they're happy to fight to it. They're warriors.
So we're forcing them to play long. We're cutting out the short balls at the back for them to play out at the back. That's one. But you have to, when those long balls, you gotta have somebody to win those balls in the middle. And when you win those balls in the middle, you have to put it back down them throat. If you can't do that and match intensity for intensity, spell no sense.
Well, we need to score soon to make them uncomfortable. I think Gray should go in the 10 position. He's so comfortable in the ball. We got to get him in a position where he's dictating the play, he's getting the ball at half line and doing something with it. The way we're playing now, we have nobody to be able to do that. Good ball by Latimer there out to Nicholson. Put the ball in the box. Put the ball in the box on somebody's head. Good cross. Control by Bailey. Miscontrol by Bailey. Ball head on to Bailey. Have the ball wide. Play the ball inside. Play the ball inside to your man in front of you. Take him off, manager. Take him off, coach. He's a waste of time. I hate to be so frustrated in one play. He had the ball just to make a simple pass. He's trying to cut the ball and tripped himself. What are we doing? He hurt himself. Before we make a simple 5-yard pass in front of you, you're trying something spectacular. That goes nowhere. I hope he's not hurt, but this is ridiculous.
Oh, it looked like he twisted his ankle then?
But Andre had a 5-yard pass in front of him. I even played for the 1-2. I don't know. It's frustrating watching that.
Looks like the coach might have to make a change here. No, it looks fine. What did
He hurt himself because he hurt because he twisted his own self up.
He probably hit his head on the ground as well.
But nobody touched him. That's hard to do, Andre.
yeah.
You have the ball, nobody touched you, you beat yourself and hurt yourself when you have a 5-yard pass in front of you. So Lambakisi's going to come on for, it must be for Javier Brown. That's a normal change.
Look,
you didn't take out Bailey, I'm sorry.
Look, Declan Stennett is concerned about your pressure.
Hey, fair point, Declan. Fair point.
Which was that pressure? Blood pressure?
Fair point, Declan.
Declan,
you hear my frustration, right?
Oh boy!
I came in very optimistic, and yeah. Say, bring on for Bailey. I bring on Whisper for Bailey. Whisper scored 1 goal in the tournament. Bailey has scored 1 goal, and Bailey has played 10 times more than Whisper. Sorry. And Whisper have the ball every time he has it dangerous. Bailey seems dangerous to himself. We have played 51 minutes. Jamaica down 2-0. I haven't seen Bailey all game, and I hate to beat on Bailey, but
what Mexico is doing now, even though it's still very early in the game, they're managing the game. They're breaking the game up.
Yeah.
And making it difficult for Jamaica to get into a flow because Jamaica started the second half very well.
Ball out wide to Gray. Come on, Gray, do something with it. Play the ball up to Amari Bell. Need to go back inside. Back to Gray.
Yeah,
Gray looking for something. Too close to the keeper. Try to cross in the box, too close to the keeper. So here's what we saw Gray a while ago. Whenever you seen Bailey make a play, a cross, a pass, a tackle, for the entire 52 minutes and 23 seconds, except to hurt himself temporarily, trying to overdo things.
The coach is working hard on the sideline. He seems to be asking them to put a greater effort in.
No, you need to tell Bailey that I'm going to put Whisper in for you because you're not producing. He took out Bobby Reed. Why is Bobby Reed off and Bailey is not off? We all agree that Bobby Reed should come off the field, but personally, you could have pulled Bailey for DJ, and maybe DJ played the 10. Jamaica with the ball, with Bailey with the ball, looking for a pass, pulling over the ball, lays the ball, brilliant pass out to.
That's a good ball.
Oh, very good pass out to Antonio. I don't know if he was trying to cross or shoot. That's a good ball by Bailey.
I think it was a shot.
Yeah.
Shamar run off the ball. Who was it? Was that Low? Low was making the run on the outside.
He was trying to go. It's a shot, but you can't shoot with your side of your foot that way. The ball gonna go away from goal, isn't it? Not gonna go towards goal. That was a good break a while ago and a good ball by Bailey. Come on, Lambakisi, you gotta win that ball. Oh, Lowe just came in. Lowe is gone, isn't he?
Yeah, he might.
Lowe is gone. Is that Lowe or is that Lambert? Yeah. Lowe is gone, isn't he?
If it's him, he's gone.
No, it's Bernard. It's Bernard.
Not him. I don't think.
I thought that was Lowe a while ago.
Yeah, he'll have to do a lot. He'll have to do a lot for the referee to say.
The Mexican is pretending. He's bowing his head. He's okay, and then you are there wincing. Yeah, somebody said something to you. Bow your head. You're okay, and then you're wincing. Because you want the clock to go.
They're going to manage.
No, look at it. Let them show the play again. He bows his head on fine, and then he's out there wincing on the ground.
Yeah, they're tricksters, man.
Yeah, they're going to manage the game out from here.
Yeah, they play games.
That was a good pass by Bailey just now into.
Yeah, it was a good pass.
The game. Is it Lambert off or is it Bobby Reed off?
I think it's Bobby Reed.
Yeah.
Barbarita.
Come on, get it a little bit closer to him, man.
Yeah, he stepped on his foot there. That would hurt.
That wasn't a smart tackle anyway. You weren't close to the ball to do that. So he gave him a yellow card. The tackle in the first half on Javian Brown was worse than that. That was a worse tackle. He didn't get a yellow card. Now I know the ref was hard for the ref to see, but that was
Listen, nothing is wrong with it. If you can't brush near them, you know. They going down. That's how the Mexicans are.
No, Javier Brown went down and rolled and limped off the field. The ref didn't give him anything.
Nothing. And these guys will go down and they roll and carry on, and then all of a sudden, when the ball start moving again, they just get up like, yeah, nothing didn't happen. They're tricksters. And CONCACAF referees need to start understanding them and realize and start carding them for assimilation, for acting.
No, they're not going to get carded. Come on, move the ball quick. One Lamborghini. What were you doing a while ago?
Hey, Low, be careful.
Fight low. Good fight. Really good fight. Amari Bell with the ball, looking to go make a poor pass to Gray. A really atrocious pass. Sometimes we win the ball and we just kick it away. Sometimes you win the ball when you're under pressure, you know. It's the best time to win it, you know, because you can figure out what you want to do. Sometimes we win the ball. When you're being pressured, you win the ball. Sometimes we have comfort. We can turn with it. We just kick it away. We don't say, you know what, let me start the play and put us in a good position. We give the ball right back to them and the pressure comes back again.
Mexico execution in the final third has not been good so far this half. But Jamaica is not making use of the opportunities. The possession is almost even.
Yeah, I think we're making them unstable.
What was Lambert doing a while ago? Lambert should not.
Because
is that Lambert or Bobby Reed? Bobby Reed or Lambert in the middle? Huh?
I think the coach.
Is that Lambert or Bobby Reed in the middle? Whoever that player is, I can't even tell. I thought it was Lambert had a wrapper and Bobby Reed had a wrapper on the hand.
You have in the midfield.
Yeah.
You have Bailey. You have Lati, you have Reed, and who came on?
Come on.
No, I think Lambert is off. I think number 10 is Bobby Reed, isn't it?
Yeah,
Reed is still on.
Lambert is off.
Yeah, Bobby Reed is on.
So we put on what, 5 forwards and 1 midfielder?
Yeah, I think it's Brown came off.
No, Brown he made 2 changes.
Brown came off.
Came on and Nicholson came on.
Brown and Lambert came off, right?
Yeah, but then I don't understand the logic. The coach is coaching like Arteta does. Put on a bunch of forward because you're down. Versus, you know what? It's not all is
so
not
Bobby,
lost.
Bobby is in the midfield now with Lati Body.
He can't play number 8 or 6. Bobby's not an 8 or 6.
Leave Arteta out.
Bobby does. Bobby plays out wide. He's a right back or right midfielder or a 10. He's not even a greater 10. He's not an 8 or a 6. So they have a corner, it appears. We're in the 59th minute.
Yes.
Mexico cruising. They're up 2-0. It's been a long evening. We have seen early in the evening, we thought we were going to have 2 upsets. Panama, that by the US on penalty kicks. And we're giving up headers as we normally do to people who are 5'2" and 5'1". That's a foul referee, and that should be a yellow card referee. Did he kick out? Did Bailey kick out?
No, I don't think.
Did he kick out a while ago? I think he kicked out. You know, if he kicked out, it's a red card. Did he kick out?
I didn't see that.
He's hurt. I don't know if he kicked out or not. Let me see this. No, he didn't. He kick out. He did kick out.
Yes, he
He
did.
kicked out. Yeah,
Yes,
that's a
he
red
did.
card.
Yeah.
That's a red card.
Look at that, he's gone.
Yeah, it's a red card.
Yeah. That'd be unfortunate.
Nah, I call it dumb. I'm calling unfortunate. Call it dumb.
Yeah. I'm not so sure.
The Mexican is getting a yellow card, but if VAR looks at that, that could be a red for Bailey.
Yeah, I don't think they're
He
looking at
kicked
that.
out. Sometimes a coach has to be brave. Bailey is adding zero value, coach. Take him off the field. He made one pass the entire game that I can recall that had any sense of threat on it. I'm sorry, but please coach the game. Please manage it. Not coach. Manage the game. Manage the game based on the performance on the field. So look at it. So he got fouled. He thought he got hurt. He kicked out. Yep, he kicked in.
Yeah.
Not the worst kick in the world, but he kicked in.
Yeah, he's lucky.
Yeah, he's gonna get a red. The referee, they hold him to play.
Yeah, he's
That's
a lucky
what VAR
player.
is looking at.
He's
going.
a lucky player to get away with that.
No, he's not getting away. They're holding the play. He's gonna tell the ref to go look at the monitor. He kicked out.
If they do that, he's gone.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at. Now you'd hope the sequence of play would have happened, but yeah. He's gonna allow him to play. Now he's saying still hold the ball, still hold it. And Bailey's saying he's hurt, but probably more his pride is hurt because that was not the smartest move.
Lucky him only get a yellow.
It's not done yet. They're making the change, but I thought they were going to.
Oh, they're still. Okay. My feed is slow.
They were holding the play for a while.
Okay.
If they're making the change, that means they're going to allow the play on.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't the worst kick, but he kicked out. They felt sorry for Jamaica this evening. Thank you, VAR, for having empathy and sympathy.
If that was a Mexican, you wouldn't have been saying that.
No, I'd be cursing. I'd be very perturbed that he wouldn't get a red. I would not be happy. I would say the referees are not fair. So yes, I'm very biased when it comes to that. Mexico hasn't done much in the since they scored the second goal. Even.
No, they have not. They
haven't done anything since they scored the second goal, but we're just not threatening.
Yeah.
Because we have the wrong people on the field. Or some of the wrong people. Now, people may say Lowe is this and Lowe that, but Lowe plays with his heart on his field, on his sleeve. And he plays hard, and he's always going to be physical. He sometimes doesn't make a smart decision, but people saying he's not good, I disagree with that concept. When I see him out there, he's putting in effort. He sometimes overdoes it, but there's some people you can't say the same for. So when we're going to critique people, you got to think about, does the person on a net basis add value? And I think on a net basis he has value. Can you say the same for other players, for some other players? Come on, Lambert Keys, you got to do better than that. That was an easy win right there with that ball. Mexico is just cruising. We haven't taken a shot on goal to test the keeper.
Yeah, they're managing the game. They're breaking the game up, making it difficult for Jamaica to get a good flow.
We keep keeping the same people on the field, the same four. Watch it. The man's in the middle of the box by himself. He missed the header. That's one thing I understand with us. Our ability to realize and observe and be aware is sometimes lacking. Lacking, I'm telling you. The man was in the middle by himself. He just missed the header. Good ball over the top to Nicholson. That's a good try, actually. Good ball by Bailey, actually. That was just out of his reach. I think we're playing harder second half, actually.
Yeah, the intensity is higher for sure.
Yeah. Come play the ball. Go for the ball, Gray. Gray's the only one who seems to be very comfortable on the ball. Bailey has the ball. Beat his man nicely going down the wing, looking for a pass inside. Play the ball to Bobby Reed. Cross should be a corner. Good play by Bailey. Get by his man there. Still haven't had a shot on goal. Not can I recall anyway. All right, we have 6-footers up there. Put a good cross in Bailey. Somebody get on the end of it. I see about 5 Jamaicans in the stand.
Yeah.
Now Dread came in, make up the Dread. He's so covered up with hair and glass and everything.
You have about a dozen.
Good corner. Oh, we missed that. That should be another corner. Nicholson missed that.
Corner.
That should have been a goal by Nicholson. He missed that, didn't he?
And he knows it too.
Yeah, but he's been missing all. He's been missing all year, frankly. That should be the back of the net.
It could have been.
How do you miss such a big ball, though? Isn't that hard to do?
Yeah, sitting where you are.
Ducky to miss it, don't you? Another good corner, and another missed header. Who missed that one this time? Is that Low?
When you're sitting where we are, Cronky, the game is very easy.
I agree with you. That's why we're sitting here. Because it's easy when you're in the living room watching it. It's simple. Mexico going long.
Chris Romans is reminding people to hit the like buttons.
Yes, please hit the like. Well, you may not hit the like button this evening because I've not been happy. So I can understand you may not hit the like button, but hit it anyway. Antonio's fighting, trying to win the ball. Fall on. Come Jamaica, put the ball in the box. This is Gray's free kick.
You see,
this has to be Gray's free kick. Trying to find Lowe or Antonio on the ball. I don't think Bailey should take it. I hate free kicks being taken towards the goal versus away from the goal.
The Mexicans are brawlers too, right? They're quite happy to brawl if you want to do that. So
yeah, they are. Very much so.
I'm not. You know, you're watching a game sometimes and you don't know where a goal would come from.
So here's how I see that ball. You see that ball with Gray and Bailey right there? If one of them run off that defender, where would the ball go? If they run off the defender, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can't react, you know.
Shamar.
When Shamar goes to the ball, I just said, you know what? Mexican's gonna have it next time. He has no idea where the goal is. He has lost where the goal is located.
He was
on the 6-yard box. It may have been a foul, but he still kicked the ball over the bar, didn't he?
But he's battling. He's up.
But I want somebody was offside. Lowe was offside.
Yeah, it would have been.
Now, why would he hit the ball over the bar from there? You got to hit the target.
Yeah, he's got to hit the target.
He didn't know that.
That's the minimum standard. You got to hit the target.
Got to hit the target. The man is trying. Well, we all try in life, you know. But it's not good enough. You can't. When you're playing professional footballer at this level, you have to do more than try. I'm sorry. The least you can do is try. He has to hit the target. He hasn't scored a goal in forever. In Austria, he missed a sitter. Whisper should be on the field. I hate to say this again 101 times. Whisper should be on the field. I bet his Whisper would hit the target. I don't care how young he is.
He does have a nose for goal.
He hit the target. That left foot will hit the target. We are 68 minutes in, and we're down 2-0.
All in the back of the net.
We have many Mexican keepers make us save all night. And they're making their 4th change, and we have made 2.
They're just managing the game. They're making the game.
Devon, too much noise in the background, Devon. Mute yourself.
Somebody's suggestion bringing Shama on was a mistake.
The coach doesn't make good substitutions. He doesn't make good changes. He doesn't manage the game well. Sorry. He does manage the game well. I've been saying that since I've been watching him manage the game. I'm not impressed with how his game management. Keep referring to Arteta. I think Arteta is like atrocious game manager. He's a brilliant coach, but a poor game manager. And this
What
coach, to me, I don't see him as a very good game manager.
in what way? What in what way? What else? What do you think he should be doing that he isn't doing?
The coach,
Yeah.
this game.
Well, you say game managers, I guess.
No, but I'm saying just in general of this game.
In general.
Okay, in general. So what depends on the way you are in the game, you make certain decisions. So I'll give you an example. Against the US, he put on Burke, I think he put on Nicholson when we're up 1-0 trying to defend a 1-goal lead. And our middle wasn't as sharp as it needs to be. You put on 2 forwards, replace 2 forwards. Most coaches will put on a defender to make sure I lock down my defense.
Right.
And I make it a fast break. I have a couple quick people up top to get a fast break. That's how I see it.
Well,
And that's what most good coaches do. I watch Marino. I watch not in Wenger. He doesn't do that really well. I only watch Guardiola game management because I don't think he's the best game management. So I watch Klopp. I watch other coaches. I watch Conte. They're a good game manager. I don't think Klopp is the best game manager. I don't think Guardiola is the best game manager. I don't think Arteta is a good game manager. And I don't see this coach here being the best game manager.
Well, sometimes I remember in the 2006 World Cup when Trinidad and Tobago was in the World Cup, the coach, I think it was against Switzerland, and we got a red card. So we're down to 10 men. And as you just said, most coaches would bring on a defender, right? And he brought on an attacking player, a striker. And the effect it had on the game, it made the game look like it was 10v10 or 11v11 because he brought an attacker that had tremendous pace in Cornell Glen, and that forced Switzerland to keep an extra defender back. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
So
sometimes it depends on the quality of the individual that you're bringing on. You could make such a move.
So you bring on Burke, who doesn't have any technical ability, who's a hard worker and going to run hard, right? When you get the ball to him, he's going to turn it over.
Yeah.
So if you play against the US where they have 70% possession, you ain't going to win the ball that much. Right. So unless the Glens of the word you mentioned can get behind the defense, it doesn't work.
So it's about 18 minutes left, 17 minutes left.
And I wouldn't have brought Shamar in this game. At this point anyway, not at this point. He hasn't been scoring, doesn't have the space. He's not going to help in my middle of the park where I need to control the game more. I just don't see it. Bailey turned the ball over again. Bailey should have been off the field. Bailey has been non-existent. If you came to see Bailey play for the first time, you never know he plays in the Premier League. Never. You would never know Bailey plays in the Premier League if you watch him in this tournament. He scored 1 goal where a team was playing offside in the tournament. That was it. They're playing offside trap and he get away and he scored.
The goal against Trinidad is the only goal he scored?
Yes. Well, that's the only game the front 3 or front 4 have scored on.
Yeah.
Look great with the ball, comfortable. That's what you need in midfield. Somebody who can turn against 4 players and not feel pressure. That's why Gray should have been playing the 10 and not Bobby Reed or Bailey playing the 10. And Gray would be dropping back more to pick the ball back like Ravel does. He can handle the ball, and 4 people around him, he's not flustered. All the other players are flustered with 4 people around him. It's not rocket science. That's what I'm talking about the manager. You have to recognize that, Andre.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science. Gray is the only one out there who look comfortable with 2 or 3 people around him and not feeling pressure.
Jamaica is really battling them now and getting close.
They're playing hard, but you need more than playing hard now. You need technical ability.
Yeah, if they'd done that in the first half, the game probably would have been 0-0 still.
Possibly. So Antonio with the ball.
Yeah, Mexico gave away the ball.
You can't touch them. You can't go near them. You can't.
Poor shot by Antonio. Gotta do better with that ball. You can't win the ball there, dribble out of distance and pass it to the keeper. Poor shot. And he hasn't scored in the tournament either.
Yeah,
and he's my center forward.
But he's worked very, very hard for Jamaica.
No, I'm saying sometimes, I'm going to say it again. All work is great. But you got to have some differentiating quality when you're playing at a certain level. He needs to put the ball in the net or create more assists.
Mexico is just watching the top. Right. I wonder if this pitch is as dry as it look. Well,
We don't look like we're ever going to score a goal.
Yeah,
We don't look dangerous throughout this entire game. That's the problem. We don't look dangerous.
Yeah, it don't look like anybody gonna score a game.
So the coach needs to make a couple changes because it hasn't worked with Bailey. It hasn't worked with Bobby Reed. Make some changes, coach. You
gotta roll the dice. You gotta roll the dice now.
You started to annoy me. Seriously.
75th minute, you gotta roll the dice.
Bobby Reed has done nothing in the game. Put on DJ, put on somebody else who can actually play football also. Not like DJ is a bad player.
Put on the kid.
What is Bailey doing? How's Anthony going to get that ball? You're whipping the ball 60 miles an hour. It's not a lob. How is he going to get that ball? I might have a heart attack tonight.
No, don't. Please don't.
Don't.
Please don't.
Don't.
Oh, that's a good ball. Just got to defend it. Good defending, son.
Now, where was Bernard on that play? I mean, it was an offside play, but where was Bernard a while ago?
Wasn't it him?
Only one center half was there. What happened? So the ball played over his head. He's offside. And Bernard stopped running. He stopped running.
Crunch time now.
He stopped running. You can't stop running. I don't care where the ball is. You don't know what may happen. You can't stop running.
In the next 15 minutes, we're probably going to get about 7 minutes of football.
Yeah.
Yep, going to be scrappy.
Mexico looking dangerous. Coming forward. They have men in the box. Oh, Lord. That was close.
Yeah, they just missed a chance there.
Yeah, and they're going to start drop and hold them head and them toe, them ears.
They don't have to do that. They're comfortable. They have felt no pressure all night.
Yeah,
the coach is sitting out there watching the game. He thinks he has the best team on his field to score. I disagree with you, coach. I must admit, I disagree with you. The people on the field have created nothing all night. Try something different. Mexico made 5 changes, and they're the ones winning.
To be honest,
sorry.
So far, the game is not over as yet, but this has been an easy game for Mexico.
It's been a walk in the park.
Yeah.
Walk in the park.
I expected more from Jamaica tonight. Jamaica is flying the flag for the English-speaking Caribbean, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's good to reach the semifinal. The players played hard. Not that I played hard.
Look,
we just made a better team.
No trophies. No trophies come to the English-speaking Caribbean.
Nope.
And this would have been, you know.
And it takes so long to get to the man.
This actually was a very good opportunity with the US having the team that they choose to put in the tournament. Canada being out, I think this would have been this was a good opportunity.
And Mexico hasn't really played that great, you know.
But there's still 12 minutes.
Not like they dominate and they back the ball around us and we just. They've been comfortable. We get the ball, we dribble a couple times, we force it up the field, they head it down, they win it back. We force it up the field, they head it down. We force it up the field. It's the constant. We're lobbing the ball up to them, they head it down, they take it. We can't take the ball, beat the man here, make a good pass, penetrate, put the ball between the line. None of that.
Yeah, Jamaica didn't get in their face tonight and make life difficult. The US would afford them, you know. The
US wouldn't be dominating possession or why. They'd play a different game. Especially in the middle of the park. Look at Lowe throwing the ball to the Mexican a while ago. Like, what the hell was that? Throw the ball straight to the Mexican player.
I know they're making Cataract very unhappy.
Been a long evening.
Yeah, it's oh, look at that pass, breaking lines quite
A
easily.
brilliant pass between the line, you know.
Yeah, he's breaking the line
Brilliant pass, a brilliant look off. Go stop the ball, people. Stop the ball. The first thing you do is stop the ball. You don't run away from the ball. You stop the ball. We're running away from the ball. You have to stop the ball. That's what you do. The first line of business, stop the ball. Don't run away from the ball. That's what we did the first time to score the first goal. You have to stop the ball. The person with the ball is the most dangerous person because in the middle of the park.
No,
We're not stopping the ball. We're running away from the ball as if the ball is going to just disappear from the player who has it.
look, Ricardo want me to draw cataract out tomorrow and beat him with a bell buckler. No, Ricardo, I wouldn't do that.
Ball being played to Nicholson. He's not going anywhere with it.
He turned back.
He's not going anywhere with it. Make a bad pass, but bailed out by Bailey. Play the ball wide out to Gray. Gray forced it. Jamaica with the ball in the middle of their own half. Looking to do something, but have no. He has no pass.
I would like to hear what Gray and
give him back the ball. No 1-2. What are you doing? I can't watch this anymore. I can't watch it. You have the ball. He gave you a wall pass to give him back the ball, and you're sitting there. The Nicholson don't have no idea what you're doing. As you've never played a football game in your life, he gave you a wall pass. He wants the 1-2, and you're dancing around like you're going to a party.
Yeah, it's
a 1-2 pass. That's why he gave it to you. He wanted it back. And he's the danger person now, because defense have to react to him. Playing with no awareness in football, and the coach, I'm telling you, the coach making bad decision. He should not be on the field. He's been poor all tournament. He's been poor. He's been forced into play. He's done nothing to deserve to be playing.
Who's that?
Nicholson. Nothing. Whisper's done more to deserve to play, and Whisper should be on the field. Sorry, I don't care how big a game this is. Bailey's on the field. Nicholson on the field. Both of them. Bobbery's on the field. They should not be on the field. Done nothing to be on the field. They should not be on the field. We're 80 seconds. We're playing the ball down there at half because we can't get out because the Mexicans allowing us to play. When they want to stop us, they stop us. It's been a walk in the park for them.
Somebody who's on the ground. Somebody's on the ground. Yeah, this has been easy for the Mexicans.
Yeah. Walk in the park. The coach is going to lose his first competitive game. Good ball into Bailey. Cross. A good cross. Somebody should be in the middle. It's a very good cross by Bobbery. Somebody should be in the middle of that ball. Somebody should be in the middle on that. That ball is right across 18. Got to be some pressure on the defense. So he's making the changes in the 83rd minute. Coach, you don't know why either. You don't know why either, Coach. Sorry. I have to tell you, you don't know why either. Those changes should be made a while. Those two changes should be made a while ago. Bobbery and Bailey should be off of Whisper and DJ a long time ago. He's taking off Lati. He's going to keep on all. He's going to put on 10 forwards on the field. I don't know who's going to win the ball to get the ball to them.
Take off Antonio.
And Bailey's on the field. What has Bailey done to be on the field? That was a good ball by Gray. Amari Bell didn't expect it, actually.
The pass was to Richards.
Richards, I'm sorry. Not Amari. He didn't expect that ball, actually. Gray did a good job getting out of trouble.
So at this stage, is either you get a goal back or two, or you concede a goal or two. This boy really put in a shift for Jamaica. It's I would like to hear what they think about this tournament.
Look, the team did well, right? We reached the semifinal with no pressure, frankly. It was the first time we had true pressure. First time we had true pressure, frankly. Good ball by Lambakisi. Good ball by Lambakisi. Again, I'm not sure who Lowe's playing that ball to, actually.
I think Jamaican fans expected more from this team.
Of course, much more. But you can't have a team where you have a bunch of forwards who have scored in one game in 5 games, and you're saying they are who you're relying upon. They have scored in one game in the 5, and they are Premier League players. Doesn't for them, does it?
Look, Drew Ross is pointing out that he would not. I do not want to watch a game when we are losing next to Cronky.
Me neither, Drew Ross. I agree with you. Me neither. I don't want to watch those games. I think that's a great point, actually.
Look, I think the next couple of days they're gonna be lots of conversations, and it's gonna be interesting to see how people, the opinions, the analysis of the Jamaican team and how they did. Look,
so I'll say this in reflection, which is the game's not over yet, but we're going to lose. The Mexicans didn't really impress me, frankly.
Yeah,
we gave up a goal in the first minute of the game off a set piece that we had because we weren't really balanced defensively. And the free kick was a bad foul that should not be committed that caused the goal. Apart from that, Blake hasn't made a serious save. Has he? I can't recall Blake diving for a ball, except for the one he picked out, the pigeon that was put in the corner by the Mexico hasn't really created a ton of chances.
They have not.
They control the game, but they haven't created chances.
Right, and this is not the best Mexican team that we have seen, but they have done enough to win the game.
Agreed. But the problem with Jamaica is that the front 4 has not. Oh wow, that was close. The front 4 has not delivered. Sorry, they have not delivered. The Premier League players we have on the field have not delivered.
So this is progress for the Jamaican team.
Is it progress?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
It's progress in terms of us making the semifinal. We weren't pressed to get into the semifinal, but we didn't turn up in the semifinal.
Look, have you heard anything coming out of the camp that suggests that things weren't going right and
no, it's been excellent.
Yeah,
and they were probably overconfident in this game, frankly, from what I'm hearing.
And that's progress for most teams from the Caribbean, right?
Yeah, true.
So
they were pretty confident about winning tonight.
Yeah, there's a lot of progress, and they just got to keep going. I think.
But I would say this, Andre, is that you're right. Look, we went to the semifinal. We did really well. We actually haven't really played terribly in this game. We just haven't played at the level we need to.
Right.
We need some other players, frankly, and some of the so-called big-name players who are playing at a high level haven't really showed. They make CONCACAF look good, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the teams that haven't played with their best players, they made CONCACAF look like it's a very difficult region to play in, given how we have played.
And it can be with the way the Central American teams and stuff play the game. Huh?
Bailey has the ball. Got fouled from behind referee. Free kick in a dangerous position. Let's see if we can put one in the pigeon, like how they did against us. Richards was the one with the ball, sorry.
Yeah.
Richards should have played much more time than he played tonight. I'm sorry. It's very obvious to me. It's not, and if he was going to shoot a while ago, he was getting ready to lace it.
Yeah, he was getting ready to get a shot.
Richards should have played. I hear me calling for this a while ago. So people used to, I'm miserable watching the game, and I'm coming in. I'm not commenting, probably just whining all night. I don't disagree with that perspective. But tell me my suggestions about changes, strategy that we employ, if it was totally, and I wasn't saying this in hindsight view, I was saying this during the game. It wasn't like after the game I'm saying X, Y, Z. To me, it was playing Richards should be on the field. It was playing Bailey and Bobbery should be on the bench. It was playing Nicholson hasn't played well enough to be on the field.
Look at this comment here. Is this the reason why the score is 2-0?
No, I think they're together. I heard it's one of the best times the players have had represent Jamaica in any tournament. That's what I
No,
heard.
no, SQSH. The comment, he says, wrong city to play this game. Vegas is a distracting place.
So why is Bailey taking a free kick? He came hit the side of a barn. He kicks the ball straight to where the keeper is too. Like the Mexican put the ball over the wall where the keeper was. Why kicking the ball exactly where the keeper is? How you gonna score when the keeper standing right there? You kick the ball through him? See, that's why I get miserable so. The keeper is standing right where he's trying to place the ball. We're gonna do kick the ball through the keeper. The Mexican went over our wall and he's trying to kick the ball through the keeper. Lack of awareness. That's why I'm getting frustrated and miserable all night. I hate losing.
Look, the expectation is that Jamaica would continue to improve and qualify for the World Cup.
That's an independent, objective, unbiased view by a commentator who doesn't have the same sense of need for victory as I do.
No, but I would say to you though, if Jamaica should have qualified for the last one,
yeah,
if Jamaica doesn't qualify for this one, this will be worse than the previous effort.
Yeah, Gray just missed the header. I mean, what was he doing?
Yeah.
4 minutes, we haven't scored a goal. So we're gonna play a whole tournament. My vaunted front four, who the coach can't seem to take off the field when some of them should be taken off, has scored in 1 of 5 games. If you want to look any place where we should be frustrated, is with the front four.
Yeah, I think the
front four has been poor.
Yeah, they didn't deliver.
Nah, front four has been poor. They got to look in the mirror. They front four who can't be replaced. Antonio's the only one taken off. I guess he's on minutes restriction. But the rest of them haven't been good enough. Gray has played well in games, but wasn't that well tonight. Wasn't that good tonight. Are in the game enough. Like, why 2 players there a while ago? Good play by Low. But the man got around you low, like really low? Really? Really low? Really? Jesus Lord. Didn't matter anyway. It's going to be 2-0. 3 just make it look bad.
Yeah, 3.
Low, you can't give up that goal, right? That cannot happen a while ago. We have 2. Here's the thing on that goal a while ago. Where was the mistake made, Andre?
I was looking at something. I didn't see the initial mistake.
The 2 defenders of Jamaica attacking one person, left the other man. But look at this. 2 of them attacking the one player, and the man behind him is wide open.
Yep.
No awareness. And then the ball just gets by Low. I have no idea how.
Yeah, Low.
Now miscontrol the ball. Just go around Low as easy as 1, 2, 3. First of all, Low, the man cannot get around you there. That cannot be allowed.
Actually, the player was clever because Low tried to use his body, and he just step aside.
But if the ball pass, the man can't pass. You're in the box, you block him, don't you?
Yeah.
If the man pass, the ball can't pass. That's basic defending. All right. This won't be a long after show, people. I mean, there's not much to talk about. I gotta go to my bed. It's like, what time is it? It's at 12:30. It's way past my bedtime. We ain't gonna have no long morning post game. It's way past my bedtime. As soon as the game finishes, I'm gonna wrap up with a few final comments. It's been a long evening. I've been a miserable commentator. I pulled my hand up. I have not been happy, and it's been reflective in my commentary or lack thereof. It's been frustrating. I would say kudos to the team, though. The team made us proud getting to the semifinal. I'm gonna use Andre's way of he likes to be reasonable, and he doesn't have the same sense of need like I do to win a Gold Cup. Because
no, it's I would have liked the Gold Cup to come to the Caribbean, to the English speaking Caribbean. But this performance, the first half in particular, the inability to get close to Mexico and make the game competitive, that's you're not going to win it with that. So
Yeah, Jamaica better stick to track and field. We're not going anywhere with soccer. I totally disagree with you, Winston. I think we're going somewhere with soccer. We're going to bring in more players. If what you have don't work, bring in some more. People like Bailey need to have competition for places. Bobby Reid and Bailey have not played well this tournament.
yeah,
In fact, I can count on one hand the number of good game Bailey has had for Jamaica. But it's not about Bailey tonight. It's about the team. They have done well in the tournament. They have made us proud. They have worked really hard. They had the right sense of camaraderie. I haven't heard anything about the JFF and poor transportation and poor logistics. So at least from a management standpoint, we should be proud of it. I'm going to summarize this by saying a couple of things, Andre. One is that I am proud of the team and how they have tried. The effort was there, especially in the second half. The outcome of the actual product wasn't there. I do think the players tried really, really hard, and they played hard, and they played with a sense of cohesion as a group. But I think technically, some of our players are not at the level that we need them to, especially outside the front four. I think the front four has ability, but they have not turned up in this tournament.
Yeah,
they have not turned up in this tournament. And when you need them is in the playoffs, when you reach quarterfinal, semifinal, they have not turned up. They didn't turn up against Guatemala. They didn't turn up today.
And I think
and that's a worry because they are Premier League players. Now it could be that they had a long season. They could be tired. We could come up with all the excuses we want. They didn't turn up.
Look, they did have a long season, but they were also allowed to get some rest, right? They weren't in.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when you play a long season and you get rest and you come back, so you're not in the flow and the rhythm and the momentum.
Yeah,
it can affect your game, right? It can affect your game. So we're not going to beat any player. We're not going to beat the team because I will say we're in the semifinal, as Andre alluded to a number of times. We're the only Caribbean team. Forget about English speaking, who made it this far. It's mainly North American team and a Central American team in Panama. And Panama has done phenomenally well. So the finals will be Panama against Mexico. Mexico will have a tough time with Panama. They are a better team than we are, Frank. As a team, they may not have a better known players or a better market value players, but they are a better team than we are. And they showed against the U.S. actually, because they played the U.S. pretty well. First when we played the U.S. So it's a long evening. It's a disappointing evening. I want to thank each of you who turned up to be with us, frankly. I appreciate you being here. You've been great. I must say the commentator needs to be less involved in the game. The commentator named Cronky, who I'm going to disavow because he was very emotional. He didn't come with a sense of modicum of balanced perspective. He came very emotive, was his engagement tonight. So I want to apologize for Stan Cronky and him getting carried away, expecting to win this tournament and win it easily, and don't realize that CONCACAF is not a walkover league.
So it's Devon.
I'm here. I'm listening.
What say you?
Work in progress. I see a team that can do something going forward. Now the coach need to look at the pieces he has and look at what he needs. And I think midfield is, in the central area of the park is where we need to fix. But I see the positive, and it's a team that's gonna be progressive going forward. I think we open up the eyes of teams around the world in CONCACAF as well, and they're looking at what Jamaica can be down the road. And I think the players are out there. I think that there are players showing interest, and this team will only get better. I can't wait to see another year, 8 months to a year, 16 months down the road, what this team will look like and will play like. You know, I think it's gonna be interesting. It is gonna be interesting to see how we progress from here.
So you don't have 16 months though. The next window is in September.
Yes, the next window is September, but football doesn't stop there. Football goes on and on. There is Copa America World Cup qualifying is around the corner. So I'm looking in those areas. I'm not just looking at September Nation Leagues. I'm looking further than that.
But the team's certainly going to have to improve soon. The positive thing, Cronky and Devon, I can't wait. I can't wait to get an explanation. It's going to come sooner rather than later. An explanation from management. How come he got a yellow card? In
When he's not on the bench. When he's not on the bench.
when he's not on the bench, and I really want to. I thought the PKs were very competitive. I thought the PKs were very competitive. I want to talk about that as well. So but I think look, if it was a quiet tournament for Jamaica with no excitement coming out of the camp, everything that I've heard so far has been positive, and that alone is progress. Whether it's Jamaica or Trinidad or whatever, to have a camp that was positive. Jamaica tied with USA, beat Trinidad and Tobago, beat St. Kitts, beat Guatemala, and lost to Mexico. A team that you tied 2-2 with. This group of players is a very good group of players, and one would expect that. I can't see how this team would not improve. I wouldn't say. I think one is fair to expect improvement sooner than 16 months, and so by the time they get around to the competition that Devon talked about earlier, that they can be competing to win something. So if I'm Jamaican, I'm feeling good about getting to the semifinal. Wouldn't like how the team lost, but as I said earlier on, I feel like the conversations are going to be interesting because I think people were, I have to use the word happy with the wins, but wasn't enjoying the performances, right? And I think tonight was another one of those. So I think tomorrow the conversations are going to be interesting. Let's see what the people.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of look. There's gonna be always post-mortem and soul searching and dissecting and deciphering players, coach, manager, strategy. But the one thing we want to decipher is how the camp operated, the logistics, how things work. Because I think behind the scenes that's worked really well, and we can see the players having fun in videos that they have pushed out on social media. I would say a couple of things. One is we have found some players who've been decent. I think Deshaun Bernard has played well. I know Lati's not a midfielder, but he's done a yeoman work in the midfield. I think Lambakisi held his own in this tournament. Javane Brown did well until he got hurt. So, I mean, Amari Bell is steady, 6 out of 10. We had Gray who came in, who did really, really well for the most part. So even though we're saying we don't have a midfielder, and that's the case, that's part of the coach's strategy. The coach part of it is we don't have the capabilities in midfield we need to. We agree with that. But you have to compensate for your weaknesses. So what did the coach do? To shore up, to help. If you can't, something that you're trying to flood the place to make it better and to make it work, we didn't do that. We played 4-2-4 most of the tournament. Our front four didn't create the sense of anxiety in the opposition they should have. They scored in one game, people. Please go back and think about that. We have 4 Premier League players who are playing for their teams in the Premier League. They played 5 games in CONCACAF. It's not Europe where it's Champions League or the European Championship or the World Cup. They played 5 games in the CONCACAF Gold Cup against teams who sometimes didn't play their best team, and they only could score against Trinidad and Tobago. They didn't look like they could score against Guatemala. They looked like they could score against US. They looked like they could score against Mexico. Some of the better teams. That's concerning to me. And until we have competition for places up top, even though Premier League players, that's a problem. You can't have your best players not producing. And in this tournament, our front, people can talk about defense and the midfield all they want to. Our front four didn't produce. You can't blame the people who are playing midfield when they was out of position. Latibedir is not a midfielder. DJ didn't get much playing time. Lambert, we know what his limitations are. He doesn't play going forward. We left Ravel at home. And we end up playing 4-2-4 in the tournament. And we're playing a bunch of forwards up top, Premier League players who haven't produced all tournament, except for one game. That's the tournament. So we should be proud of getting semifinal. But we should be doing better. At least the performance should be better. So let's say we didn't beat Mexico. We didn't beat US. It matters. They're good teams. They're perennial World Cup attendees. We still, our front four, were toothless throughout the tournament, except for one game. And one brilliant pass by Gray, they were toothless. Bobby Reed was atrocious. Leon Bailey, and I've watched Leon up close and personal, is the most overrated player in CONCACAF. And I'm going to get grief on this from people. He's the most overrated player in CONCACAF. I'm going to get so much grief, it's ridiculous. But I don't hold my tongue. I don't do it in the workplace. I don't do it.
But Stan.
He's the most overrated player in CONCACAF. Period.
Stan.
By a good distance, by the way.
Stan, I thought you said you're not gonna say anything about the players.
My emotion got the better of me. I couldn't help myself.
Put it this way. I don't see anything that they should hang their head about. You know, they have done well.
No, Devon, let me stop you right there, Devon. The front four should hang their head. If you have 4 Premier League players, Devon, and they play in a tournament, they play 5 games, they scored in 1 game, Devon, they shouldn't hang their head. Who should hang their head? Deshaun Bernard should hang his head. Amari Bell, Andre Blake, Lambekisi, Javane, Lati, my midfielder Lambert, Whisper. The front four should hang their head. And if they don't tell me anything different, I'm going to have a problem with you.
Yeah, but then Gray got...
They scored in one game.
How many goals that Gray got?
Gray scored in 1 game. Bailey scored in 1 game. If you came from Mars and watched the game tonight, you would never know Bailey played above JPL level. You would never know Bobby Reed played above JPL level. Because they were non-existent in the game. Bailey made 1 pass that we can all remember in a 94 minutes of football. What are we talking about? He made 1 play in the entire 94 minutes you can talk about.
Sean is asking, you, are there any positives coming out of this tournament?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The JF can actually organize themselves and run things logistically.
But hold on a minute. When we think about that a little bit, we have to be a little careful with that because CONCACAF was responsible.
No, but we always have dissension in the camp. It's not even about logistics. It was how they have blended together and the fun they were having and the pictures they're taking and how they were engaging and dancing and having fun. There normally be some dissension between players, between them and the administration. People not happy. They were happy in this tournament. So that's a great thing. And second of all, we showed that we belong in the top 6 in CONCACAF. Right?
For sure. We
showed that we're part of the top 6 and that prospectively going forward, we're going to look good for the World Cup. Because now we have the top 3 out of it. We should qualify for the World Cup if we get our act together and we maintain the same bunch. But we have to fix the midfield, and our vaunted front 4 players who are Premier League players can't be taking vacation when it's tournament time. They were on vacation. All of them, including Gray, who was brilliant for 2 parts of the tournament. Gray tried, by the way, and he was only the one who was confident on the ball when he was under pressure. Antonio was running as if he had 10 legs. Bailey and Reed and Bobby Reed scored. people, I know Bailey made the Premier League from Jamaica. I know he has done well for himself, but I watched him play for Jamaica. When I went to Florida 2 years ago, I watched him. I was the only person at the stadium said take him off the field. And I was loud with my say take him off the field because he was annoying me. I'll be frank. I was loud. I asked my nephew, I scattered at them. I was loud, take him off. He's urging the team. People kill Hector and those players. Hector has been better for Jamaica than Bailey has been. I don't know what game people are watching sometimes, but it's frustrating to me to hear the bias and lack of independent analysis and assessment of players' performance. He's been atrocious. Bobby Reed has been atrocious for a lot of the games, even though people say, well, he plays defense. Bailey doesn't play defense, doesn't play offense. I would have played Whisper over Bailey in this game. I would have put Bailey from halftime, put Whisper in the game. Whisper looks dangerous. Whisper that free kick outside the 18. That looked dangerous. He should be the one taking the free kick, not Bailey. Bailey looked like he got dangerous to himself. He almost hurt himself. You should take him out to protect himself. He should have beat a man and hurt himself. I mean, don't let me, I should go to bed because I'm getting
We're going to have to save you. We're going to have to save you from yourself.
You got to save me from myself. But you know what?
Devon, can you save Conky here for me?
But here's my point. I want you to tell me that what I'm saying are not facts. This is not speculation. These are facts. Leon Bailey has to do better. He's been poor for Jamaica. Is he trying? Sometimes. But the way he's playing, I would prefer to have Stewart who Stewart played for? I can't remember the team that played in the Premier League. He played better than when I watch him play, and he looks cute around the box and scoring some really good goal. Lesser competition. He could give more than Bailey, and don't let me start on Nicholson. Nicholson, I rate you as a player. I've seen you play up close and personal. You have ability, but I saw you in Austria. I saw you in this tournament. You may be pressing too hard, but you have not turned up. You have not turned up. So my defense, even though you gave up 3 tonight, I'm proud of you. My midfield, you may not have some capability, I'm proud of you. My forward line, I'm on the fence about you. I'm not impressed. And if you're Premier League players, you should be tearing up this tournament because it's the hardest league in the world, and you're playing at the highest level. You have been disappointing. So, you know why you're not Premier League player come run them out about this and that, but no tournament and what them do and them do. Cannot do nothing. The people do something at the defense, and the midfielder and Andre Blake at them why. You know why you're from because disappointment. Am I proud of the team? Yes. I'm proud of the team. Put effort in, played hard, but that's all we can ask you for. But you have differentiating quality, show it. I'm sorry, you have to show it. And it's what? 10 minutes to 1 o'clock. I stayed up expecting to compete. And Mexico didn't do. This Mexican team wasn't that great, Andre. They weren't that great.
No, it's not the best Mexican team that we have seen. It's not a great Mexican has been in the Mexico team has been in transition for a while now. So I mean, this team was worse in the first. Both teams were worse in the second half than they were in the first half. They completed less passes, and the game ended up, the possession stats was like 55-45 or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's why I think this was a very good opportunity for Jamaica to get into the final and have a chance to win that trophy, because the Mexican team wasn't great. The American team, we know, wasn't the best team. Canada is out. Yeah, Panama is playing well. Could have been a good team to play in the final. And, somebody pointed out just now that the first 20 minutes, the players got to take the blame, because when you compare the first half to the second half, what was the difference? The difference was...
We focused on the wrong thing.
True.
We focused on the wrong thing. We focused on the wrong thing. We focused on the wrong thing. Here's what focused on the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
When I see Musa, Robinson, Weah, Pulisic, especially that kid Ray now that play for Dortmund, they look like they play at the highest league in the world. They dominate. They run around Mexico like they can't play football. Right? Some of them play at the Premier League level. They're playing in Germany. Weah plays in France. They're not playing at Premier League level. My Premier League players don't look like those players. and they're younger than them. These are seasoned vets that we have in our team.
Right.
The players that play for the US that play at that level, they look like they're differentiating quality, and they look like that when they played in this competition here in CONCACAF. We don't. Our players don't. So I don't want nobody come tell me about Cranky, you're too miserable, and they can't talk with the Premier League player. Them come at a tournament and play against CONCACAF and then look like they belong in a JPL. I'm sorry, especially two of them. They look like a JPL player. They don't look like no Premier League player. No cure tired them one. Even if you're tired, you see a footballer, he's a 45-year-old, but he was in Premier League because he can get the ball, he can control the ball, he can pass. Gray look like that sometimes, a lot of times. Gray came in his first season. How many people say I beat Bailey too much? How many times has Bailey made a CONCACAF first team in any tournament? First round, second round, third round, 0. I can tell you that, 0. I don't say him at the star man and Cranky love beat Bailey. Nonsense. I call it like I said. If he was doing well, I gave him credit when he made a good pass. I had to give him credit because I didn't see anything else for the entire night. My point is this, people, that if my best players in the Premier League, and it's 4 of them, they got to be differentiating quality and show me that they're Premier League players and show the country they're Premier League players. They can't come to a tournament and you know what of the place. When I see other people from Premier League look like Premier League players when they play in this league and they play in this region, it can't be that way.
That's a fair argument. Ricardo thinks I'm afraid to beat Cataract. I'm not afraid to beat Cataract, Ricardo. I'm not afraid to beat Cataract at all.
Cranky,
are you being too harsh because there's no connection for them? So here's the thing, guys. You can't have it both ways. You can't say the other day when I said we're not a team, we're a collection of good players, and you beat me that we're not a team, and then you want to tell me that there is no connection for them. You just told me they were a team last time I had this conversation, and I complained about them in a collection of good players. They're not a team yet. I got beaten. You can't beat for everything. You got to make your mind up. Whether you think they're a team or not, I said they were the team, and I got grief by Cataract and others about that. They're not a team. They're a collection of good players. And the front 4, I'm sorry, but when the postmortem is done, what I'm saying tonight is what people can come up with at the end of the day. They scored in what people? You can't play 5. Let me talk about now, because me right now. You can't play a 5 game with 4 Premier League players and then score not one of the game, them people. It don't go so. It don't make no sense. I'm not trying to be articulate. I talk how me see it. You can't do that. And then people say, okay, good. And we know they're good players because they play at the highest level as they would be playing there. Well, some of them anyway. But anyway.
Cranky, I'm gonna ease your pain. We're gonna help to fix it down the road.
The front 4 need competition for places. The front 4 need to realize I know we got a game. My game is not sure. I may be on the bench. When I go on the field, I have to produce. I have to play my best. I have to play as a team, or maybe on the bench. And you know what, Devon? I'm here to the grapevine. What players are coming? We have competition places, so you can't pay your laurel. But I must sign off by saying this, people. Be proud of your team. They tried really hard, except the front 4. They tried really hard. No, seriously. I was proud of the team. I look forward to the games. I was confident in most of the games. I wasn't have the same confidence about Mexico like other people do. Mexico is always a tough team against any opponent, any parts of the world. They're always a tough team. They may not make the last 8 of the World Cup. They finished in the last 16. But they give every team a game, no matter who they put on the field, because they all play the same way. They have a factor that's turn them out. If you say it's not the best Mexico team, I know what the best Mexico team or US nowadays, but they churn out players. So they play hard. I do think we have some areas which need shoring up. We need some better players in some areas, but it can't be that my lesser ability players, I'm getting more from them in a tournament than my best players. That's my main contention. That's my main frustration. It can't be that my best players, I'm going to say this 101 times, has only scored in 20% of the games. And they haven't scored against the better teams. That can't be the case. They haven't even looked dangerous in the US game. They didn't look dangerous in the game tonight. They didn't look dangerous. Forget about scoring, they don't even look dangerous. And I know we're going to blame the midfield and the defense, but sorry, it wasn't a 3-0 game. It was mainly a 2-0 game to me. The game was lost after 80-something minutes. And the goals that were scored weren't necessarily great goals scored by Mexico, except the one free kick. We didn't test their keeper for the entire night. And my front four got balls a lot of time. They got a number of balls. They didn't get any passes. They got balls. They didn't do much with them. They didn't link up between them. So we can't say it's because of, we can't make excuses. The kids try. I'm gonna call them kids because I'm older than them. They tried. They played hard. It wasn't like an effort, as Andre said in the first 20 minutes. They probably could have come out with a much more vigor and press more and go at it more harder. But they played with a sense of, you know what, urgency, especially in the second half. Sometimes it was ability, and sometimes it was bad decision making. But
it would be interesting to hear the press conference tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell management to burn this tape when it's done. To burn this tape. Okay, Manny, you gotta erase this tape. I got caught up in the game. I got caught up in the emotion of the game. You have to forgive me. You gotta burn this tape. Can't keep this tape on.
I thought
let's lose it.
I thought Tatarak would have returned tonight, but he didn't return. He normally talks about he looks at his game with a lot of we say white rum. So he may not be in good condition to return tonight. But hopefully we see him tomorrow.
Yeah, but if he's drinking, he probably don't even see the game and can't see
it. No, he was on earlier and we couldn't hear him. It was very noisy where he was. So but hopefully we see him tomorrow. Hopefully he don't normally when results like this happen, he disappears for about 7 days or so.
So Sean is one of those people who think I'm the most critical person in these forums. I see it. He said, can we shift the conversation now to the positive? This conversation is depressing. Sean, I hate to tell you this, Sean. When you lose, it's depressing. I don't care which part you're from. When you lose, what's it be happy about when you lose? You lost. Especially when you expect to win. The worst thing can be if you went in with no sense of optimism, no sense of assurance that you can compete, and no sense that you can win. Yeah, you may be positive and walk away beating your chest that you did well. Yes, we made it. We have had some positive. I said we made the top four, and I'm proud of the defense and the midfield and the goalkeeper. What I basically said is that the front four is responsible for the challenge we're facing this tournament. They went home on vacation. They didn't come back. They only went to Trinidad for vacation. They didn't come back. They went to Trinidad. They only took time off vacation for Trinidad. The rest of the time they took off.
So do we play one more game or they're just going to leave it as is?
I'm not watching anymore. I don't know what they care what they do.
Actually, that's a good question. I think there's probably a third place game, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's
a money game. There's a money game.
Yeah, so
you get more money for third actually. So yeah, there's a money game.
So that would be the first game on Sunday then.
No, they probably play it on Saturday.
On Saturday.
Sometimes they do that actually. They play a day before the actual.
Yeah, they might play that.
Look, if Panama, here's what we
if they're playing
Panama
it.
made the final. Panama made the final. They beat the bonded US. Panama made the final. So you can say Crank is critical all you want. Panama made the final, and they don't have the Premier League players on the team.
And congratulations to them. They have a good program. If you look at the Panama program, they have a good program and they have stability and continuity in their program, and that says a lot. Wish them all the best. I think they can be probably the bogey team in this tournament. You never know. They can win. They can win. I watched them tonight, and they have a fight in them. And I wish them all the best.
I don't think there's a third place game though.
They're not gonna play it.
Yeah, on the CONCACAF.
So or you split the money.
That's a good question. The only game.
Well, you can split between the two losing semifinalists get the same money. I think they get like $250 or something like that. There's a big difference. 1.9 for the winner, $250 for third or fourth place. I think it's a big difference. Huge difference. We could use the 1.9 million. We need the money.
I think if my memory serves me right, I think they get more money for third place.
Well, if there's no third place, though, they don't play, right? So
Yeah, the only game being advertised here now is with Mexico, Panama on
yeah,
Okay.
Sunday.
it's interesting. Panama has been in this situation before. They give Mexico a run for their money. Regardless, they crank it. To be honest, though, the goals we scored were set up by the Premier League players. I'm trying to think of the game. Gray set up the goal with Amari Bell, but he didn't score that goal. Against St. Kitts, really? They didn't score any. They scored. We scored one against the U.S. That was low scoring. Gray had a pass there. So Gray's had a number of assists, and he scored the Trinidad game.
He scored
Bailey
2
scored
goals.
one goal, I can
Didn't he?
remember.
Didn't Gray score 2 goals?
Two against Trinidad. He had an
Yeah.
assist to Amari Bell and an assist to Jamal Lowe. I
That's
can
good.
recall.
His first tournament.
I
That's
think
good.
Antonio had assist to Gray on one of the goals.
Yeah, and
Bailey scored the one, which was
that was very
yeah.
unselfish of him because he could have scored that goal and he just lay off a pass.
Bobby Reed hasn't scored though, has he?
Mm-mm.
Bobby Reed is not a true forward to me. Actually, Bobby Reed is a good defensive player. I don't see him
I
have the defensive skills
I
to play
am
for.
I am proud of my team because I I think I think they have done what they set out to do, and a semifinal less than that wouldn't be.
Devon, I tell you this, that's not true. They haven't done what they set out to do. Trust me. I know this for a fact. They have set up what they intended to do.
Yeah, the intention was to win the tournament, right?
It
But
was a winner or bust for
squad,
them. From
but
what I know, it's winner or bust for them.
Everybody is saying that, but I
No,
beg to differ.
from what I gathered, they
Yes,
expected
but
to win the tournament. They expected to
okay.
win the tournament.
Let me ask you a question. What would you expect them to say when the hype is
No, you don't
there?
know. Devon,
And
Devon, 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 please trust me on this. Please trust me on this. They expect to win the tournament.
preparation is key. You know that to any success.
look, I think the squad was a good squad, and it's not unrealistic to have a goal of winning the tournament, and these things are important. St. Kitts and Nevis had a celebration. They came bottom of the group.
Andre, you know something, Andre? If you had a game where you had Stern John, Latapi, York, I'm trying to think about somebody in your team, Andre,
Yeah. You want to win. The expectation is going to be to
and
win.
you play 5 games in a tournament, they're the people you expect to put the ball in the net
Yeah,
and be destroying defense.
yeah,
That's what we had.
yeah.
In fact, Latapi
That
didn't play Premier League.
that
Latapi played in the Scottish
hey,
League.
listen, that those names that you just called, that a whole heap of team.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Well, only Stern John played Premier League. Dwight York was brilliant. Latapi played in Scotland, right? He didn't play Premier League. But Latapi was a brilliant player too. We know
Yeah,
that.
but that's a whole heap of football right there, man.
But the 4 players for us is like that, isn't it?
And you miss one because injury derail his career. Mr. Lewis Leanson.
Yeah, St. Louis.
But I'm saying, think about 4 players. That's how we think about our 4 players, which is they're 4 Premier League players. They're gonna come here and destroy people. If they get the ball, they're gonna do the finishing things.
You have no trouble. You have no trouble winner in your 4.
We have a Europa Conference League winner.
Yeah. So you gotta be careful with the comparison. Look,
But I'm just saying, if you have your 4, that was 3 I mentioned for you, vaunted players playing at the highest level, you expect them to produce against lesser players. That's a fact.
well, I could do with one of those names in this team.
And by the way,
the
Sean Lewis,
little man. The little man. I would take the little man in this team.
And Sean Lewis, let me just say to Sean Lewis, let me criticize myself by saying this. You make much more viewership from negativity than you do for positivity. But I'm just being frank. My perspective is what I'm seeing, and I'm not happy with the outcome. But I'm happy with the look. I'm happy with the effort. And how we reach the semifinal, I just think my front four had to do better. And when you go break down the tapes and look at the game, you're going to realize, and when you do your self-assessment, when you have time to relax and calm down, because I don't think I'll be able to be calmed down for a few days, and you have a deductive, thoughtful way of assessing the game, you're going to come back and say, you know what? Yeah, we gave us 3 goals, but 1 goal was scored late. 1 was a free kick, so it wasn't really thing we gave up. Mexico didn't bombard a goal like they've done in the past. Against the U.S., we gave some chances, but Blake was brilliant in goal. He saved us. Our defense played well. Our midfield, they weren't the best midfielders. They've been criticized for the entire tournament, but they held their own because only 2 of them were in there. But my front four, apart from Gray in a number of times, didn't do it. Sorry.
So help me with this here. How do we get to this point where Gary is pointing out the teams that Jamaica would need to hurdle to qualify for the World Cup, and he just dismissed Trinidad and Tobago?
No, Trinidad is not in this conversation. Unless you go buy, unless you have lineage.
Hold on, can I finish?
No. You don't finish. Don't mention Trinidad.
I could understand based on the Gold Cup performance, one might feel that Trinidad is not part of the conversation, but I expect Trinidad to be part of the conversation.
It would be Andre to tell you this, Andre to tell you this.
And Andre,
Jamaica can only get better, Andre. Jamaica can only get better.
I can tell Gary, all those names that you put up there. Somebody is gonna feel the wrath of this team in the coming months. Somebody, because they're. I don't want to let the puss out of the bag, but let me tell you something. When the necessary pieces start coming together, somebody is going to feel the wrath. And when you're talking about El Salvador, Guatemala, we just beat Guatemala. So they shouldn't even in the picture talking about Guatemala. The Canada team, that dynasty is done. It's not as good as I live here. It's not as good as people think they are. Honduras is on the rebuilding. They're not here or there. Costa Rica is the same thing. They have an aging team. So the US and Mexico
right now at Haverty.
The US and Mexico and Canada are in the next World Cup. And here's the thing, Andre. If Jamaica don't make 2026, we need to stop playing football.
That's not a bad argument. The press conference is going on.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
It's a hard defeat to take.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
We try to look at the positives and see what we can use to work on in the future. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Coach. Jose del Valle from ESPN. I think Jamaica tonight had the better players, but collectively, your guys weren't able to execute. Why was that? What was key?
No, like I said, I think it was. Now it's difficult to analyze these things. They played more collectively. I agree with that. The things they did, they succeeded in the things they were trying to do. I think we were a little bit too individual when we were attacking. So I think your analysis is right, correct. Why? No, that's a deeper answer. So I think your analysis is kind of spot on. We didn't move the ball well in the first half. Collective defending was not as quick and aggressive as we have shown. But second half, we changed it, so we were more aggressive, and then we kind of matched them at least.
Please go ahead.
Cronky, you need to bring me
Hello,
on board.
Coach. Kishmer Gomez here.
Huh?
From
You need to bring
What
me on
message
board.
can give Jamaica
Bring it on board, the
the
team.
Yeah.
national teams?
You're spot on.
Yeah, I was spot on with my analysis, right?
Yes.
El Salvador that
Well, I was spot on too. The man said we had better players. They didn't turn up.
in this cycle.
That's what he should have said. The coach should be nice. They didn't turn up.
And then any message to the others. We're just trying to focus on ourselves. So yeah, it's I think it's a beginning of hopefully a successful journey for Jamaica until 2026. Like we said, we wanted to win it. We wanted to win this competition, but we are thinking long term, not short term. And like I said, I don't know what the others are doing, so I cannot talk about the other teams. Sorry.
That's to your point, right, Devon?
Now we'll
Yes.
take some questions from the media who have joined us virtually. Please, Rachid Hartman.
Yes, hello, coach. After Jordan, friendly against Jordan, we spoke about balls into the box, balls across the face of goal and defending them. We saw some issues with it again tonight, especially marking the player in the 6-yard area. We spoke about it almost a month ago. How much work is there still to be done on this? And also, Ethan Pinnock, he didn't join the squad. We heard about some personal issues, but he played for Brentford today in a friendly. What happened there?
Come on, don't go there.
We start with defending crosses. I think what we did poorly today was stopping the crosses, and when they had free crosses, then it's difficult to stop the players, especially when you don't take the time factor out of the cross. It's difficult to defend it. But from defending in general crosses, I don't know if I agree with that we defended that poorly, but I will have to look at that again. Pinnock is, and we talked about it very openly. Normally, it's just personal reasons, but we explained why he didn't or couldn't come and join us. We were hoping all the time that he would come at some point, but it's easier to go and play in England when you are in England than coming to USA and spend a week or 10 days and then leaving your family that needs your support. But you can always go a day or two, or a few hours to play a game in England. So that is understandable. There's no grudge from us to Ethan. He was really considering coming if his circumstances were better, and we of course would.
Ethan would not change the outcome.
But
Ethan can't score the goals.
That is bigger than football.
But he can stop them.
Respect for Ethan.
He can stop what?
He can help them to go in the back of the net.
Stop that free kick, and he ain't gonna stop that first goal. He would have been in the box trying to head the ball from the cross, and he wouldn't have stopped Low from making that foul. And he can't pass the ball from midfield to his forwards.
This coach, even.
So yeah, he would have helped, but I don't think defense was a problem. I don't think
my concern is tonight's game. We seem a bit lacking in midfield. Think the game tonight could have done with a competent ball handler like Ravel, Tariq Magee, and in my opinion, even probably Daniel Jans, who was to me probably our best, most composed ball handler, distributor of the ball in the games that I saw. I think the game itself could have done with a midfielder that could have taken charge of the game in the middle of the park.
Yeah, we probably would have needed to add in a midfielder if we look at the game. But I respect your opinion on other players, but these were the players that we picked. I think in general, just collectively, both defending and attacking, we were not as good as we have been. But let's also give credit to Mexico. We haven't played as good team as Mexico was in this game until now.
Please go ahead. Last question.
Yeah, thank you. Paul Nicholson, Inside World Football. You obviously got probably the most exciting attacking front three, or probably front four. Somehow it doesn't quite seem to be joining up. Do you think you're getting closer to get them to join up to link, or is that still a work in progress?
Yeah, it's of course still in work in progress. So some of these guys are playing with Jamaica for the first time. Like Demi is playing for the first time for Jamaica. So both knowing the tactics, knowing the teammates, etc., will improve. I know that for a fact. So I hope so. At least that it will improve. But let's see. And I agree. This is a really exciting front line when you look at it. But it needs to be collective, of course. So they need to do other things as well, not only be exciting going forward.
Okay, with this last question, we have concluded Jamaica.
So why is anybody asking what happened to the front four?
Coach.
Where does reporters come from? You guys can ask good questions. Like throwing softballs to the coaches. Why you not asking where the front four? Tell me the most vaunted front four in CONCACAF. That's not true. It's Balogun, Pulisic, Weah, Moses of the world. We don't have the best front four in CONCACAF. Please don't say that. Reina, I'm sorry, we don't have the best front. And secondly, ask him why the front four hasn't produced. I get frustrated watching questions being asked of coaches that is not resonating with me. It's not about Ravel or about this person. Yeah, we talked about that ad nauseum. But the front four haven't produced in the tournament, except maybe for Gray.
Well, I think he did answer that. He wasn't asked that, but he did say that there was too much individual effort.
Yeah.
No, he's basically saying Bailey was selfish. Who else was playing selfish at Bailey? Like, what are we talking about? Bailey was the only person playing selfish on the field.
Hard want to take it. Hard want to take it.
Hold on. That's the press conference. I need to get rid of there.
And Andre.
Yes, sir.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. Are you
There's
okay?
nothing good about the night. Nothing good about the night.
Are you
Just
okay?
say night. There's nothing good about it.
Nothing good?
No.
What's
good about
night?
the outcome? Forget about the tournament. What's good about tonight specifically? Not about the tournament. What's good about tonight?
Okay, so let me say this, and again I speak as an ultra. I always back my side to go and win. I did that. I will not make excuses, but if you fly people from east to west coast and past time zones, what I saw tonight was a jaded side. I'm sorry. It hurt me because that is not what is done to professional players in any tournament that I know that I've seen. And Mexico didn't have that same amount of travel. The two teams that had to travel east to west coast are both knocked out.
So cataract.
We were second best. Let me finish. You guys were all night. I listened from time to time. We were second best. The better team on the night won. I cannot say we can't hide that. But we are one of the four best teams in CONCACAF. And with that, I think we will continue to take the steps as our team coalesces. And there are lots of positive to take from the tournament. But in this game, we were the second best. And we were a jaded side. I think every player on this team picked today to have their worst game of the tournament, collectively. And when that happens, you can't win, right? So I chalk this down to a team being jaded, who have been paraded up and down and around the United States in what is a nightmare of tournament planning. In my first intervention there, and if time permits, then later on I can share about aspects of what I saw in the game. But as a tracks and records, it was ram full, hall full, room full. And by the time 2 goals going, the place turned half empty. I urge fans just stick with your team until the end. It's our team. I don't have no other team. I don't support Brazil. I don't support Argentina. I don't support Germany. I don't support England. I support Reggae Boys and Leeds United. Arnett Gardens in Jamaica. My side till I die.
So, Cataract, I agree with most of what you said. I was speaking to someone before the Guatemala game, I think it was, and they were raising the concern that Jamaica performance can be affected by the fact, or was it before the game or after the game? The fact that Jamaica had about 6 or 7 days off before they played that game, right? And I was saying, well, 6 or 7 days off. If you, as the coach, you would prefer that, right? There's good recovery time. I don't know that there's an element of difficulty in these tournaments, right? And America is a big place, and so sometimes you get more days off, sometimes you get less days off. I don't know if, and that can affect your performance, but I don't know if that was a problem for Jamaica tonight. I think Jamaica is one of the top 4 teams in the tournament. They've earned that, they won their games and whatever the case may be. But I think tonight the performance just wasn't there. It was better in the second half than it was in the first half. The coach just talked about that as well. And I think if Jamaica had performed in the first half like they did in the second half, I think, and that's defensively, I think we might have still been watching the game now, right?
So, what I would say is, if you concede a goal in the first minute of the game, 1 minute 25 seconds, that's slackness. And with slackness, you get punished, and you're always chasing the game.
Right.
And we were always chasing the game. Funny enough, when I look at this is almost identical to the opening game in Chicago, where Jamaica scored early, and then on 29 minutes, we had a chance to go 2-0 up. And we muffed our chance with the penalty. But here, Mexico showed us how it's done. You get somebody, you hit them early and get in, and then you step on their neck. And they stepped on our neck, right? And they didn't play ease up. So, and I'm not going to, Stan Grog is not going to have a happy night tonight, because I'm going to keep saying this gentleman's name a couple of times. I remember the first time my cousin came and played for Jamaica, he said he had never seen or experienced anything like it from age 7 till age 33. That the Mexicans came wave after wave after wave. It was like Normandy Beach. That was what his description was to me when Jamaica played Mexico in the World Cup qualifier back in COVID days. And I thought we had solved the Mexican puzzle. We have to accept that this is not the Mexican's strongest team, right? So, all in all, it's a bad result.
So I'll say this actually, which is, look, we should be proud of our players when they play with heart, when they put out maximum effort. I don't think this is I understand Kennedy's view about the travel. I don't disagree with the fact that the Caribbean speaking or the Caribbean teams in CONCACAF seem to have no influence about nothing. Just accept what the big boys do and go along with it, versus utilizing the votes that they have to ensure they get a fair share of how things are done in the region. That's fine. That's for another day. I think I'm talking about tonight. We can talk about the entirety of the tournament or what had transpired tonight. For the tournament itself, apart from Gray, for most respects, our front 4 didn't turn up. You hear the reporter talking about we had the better players. When they say we had the better players, they're talking about the front 4. They're not talking about the 11 players. Maybe Blake is in that number. They're talking about the front 4 as the better players, quote unquote. And apart from Gray, who didn't turn up in every game, frankly, and missing in parts of the game, the front 4 didn't turn up. So if you want to play the blame game, go look at the front 4 and they should look in the mirror about what they produce in this tournament. Because when I see the other team that have their players over Europe, like I see what's his name from Canada who plays out on the left, playing in the World Cup qualifiers in this tournament, or I see him playing in these games, or I see the European-based players for the US play, they look like they play at the highest league in the world. Our front four need to look at themselves. And what we need is, we need competition for places. Because I think some people are comfortable with their position in the team. They don't feel threatened with their position, and they play that way through the entire tournament, but they know they're not going to get taken off the field no matter how bad they play. When you feel a sense of urgency, or you have pressure, you know you have to produce, or you're going to sit on the pine, and it's very hard on there. There ain't no cushion. And that needs to happen to some players. Are we proud of our team? Yes, you're proud of our team. But when you self-reflect, when you do that circumspect view, when you assess, really assess the team, the management, the players. By the way, I don't think the coach was that great throughout the tournament in terms of how he managed his team, how he made changes. And a lot of people disagree with me. But I think he's been a great recruiter so far. I think he's had to have some semblance of a system of play. I don't think he's been great. But I'm going to go back to the front four and say, you guys have to be better. Sorry. You can't play an entire game against Mexico, supposedly inferior 4-4, and you are lost in the game. You did nothing tonight. Apart from Gray periodically doing one or two things, nothing. And they scored, they played 5 games, they scored in one game. They played 5 games, they scored in one game. That's the story for me, the tournament.
I think that Mikel Antoni had probably his best game in the tournament. Unfortunately, it just didn't end in a chance. We were celebrating and thinking that that chance went in, but it never go in. So, gents, feel away, but I say go, my friend. When I support Argentina or Brazil, so me can't support my side, the biggest side in the world.
Well, you don't support any good. You support Leeds too, and you're in the championship. So you have a lot to be thankful for because you may be competitive this year. You have been competitive for a while. You may be competitive this year.
And I've said that, and I am not a fair weather fan or anything.
And by the way,
that.
I support Arsenal.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna let you finish. I support Arsenal, by the way. I'll have something to cheer about.
Let me finish. The Nation League is in September, and I'm back again backing my team. But I'm going to say this. We have not replaced Anthony Grant in that middle. And we have to go out and recruit true CDMs to take on the middle of the park. Otherwise, when we get against better teams, we will be exposed. That's just the blatant fact.
Here's my view on that, Cataract.
And
we were balanced in the middle of the park.
I will have to say good night, gentlemen, because I am going to drink my humble pie, eat my humble pie, and just, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'll be back. Respect, my friend.
Somebody is suggesting earlier that I'm supposed to beat you, take out my belt buckler and beat you. And
take out the belt buckler. You can't take out the belt buckler and beat me. You can't home from knockout stage, bad bro.
Hold on, but
we are just having you here as a matter of courtesy. You know nothing about these stages of things. So you know what? I will deal with you tomorrow. Right now, I'm just gonna enjoy the bevy of beauties that I have around me. That's gonna, you know, just take my pain away.
I would not try to beat you.
So I will not enjoy anything tonight because I'm still steaming and I'm very perturbed. Unlike some people who can just get over the loss and go to bed.
I can't get over the loss. I'm gonna think.
You just said that you're gonna have baby beauties around you. Don't double speak.
No, I'm going to turn my attention to something. I have to score tonight. Somebody in Jamaica has to score. So it might as well be me.
Cataract, good night.
Love on the man, love on the respect. I respect all the ultras them that I met throughout this tournament. All the man them. Big up Lady Opal. Safe travel back to Florida. Big up the whole of the people that will follow around, you know. We'll be back. And we are one of the 4 best teams in CONCACAF. Better preparation next time. And you know what I mean? The man them just keep the faith.
All right, Ketera. Good. Have a good night.
Keep yourself safe.
All right, we're gonna sign off. Any last word, Devin?
Not really. I mean, it's been a somber night, but as I said, work in progress, and I'm looking forward to the coming months, to see where we go from here. But I'm very, very optimistic about the future because I know what is at hand, and we're in the background working, and we will deliver.
Okay. Last word, Andre.
Yeah, I think tournament football is difficult. Jamaica set out to win the tournament. I think they had a good enough team to give it a go. Got to the semi-final. There's nothing shabby about that. And Jamaicans just have to continue to do the work. The fans need to continue to support the team and the program and the process. The coach looked a little dejected tonight, obviously. But I'm sure he's gonna reflect on the tournament and he's gonna take some things from it that he can improve it to make the team a better team. And I think he said clearly the fact that the team is too much individual football, I think that's one of the main areas that he's going to try to address. So I think the team is going to be better. The team is going to be better. So it's difficult in these moments when you lose. But when you have pieces that or you can see that, there's a way forward, I think it kind of softens it a little bit. That's why Cataract doesn't seem too frustrated tonight. So
maybe he accepted his fate before it actually materializes.
Yeah.
I would say in conclusion that, look, it's been a good tournament for Jamaica. Forget about some of the logistics about how we have to travel, which wasn't fair to the team, frankly. I'm going from Chicago to St. Louis, back out west, coming back to Cincinnati and going back to Vegas makes no sense to me. But it's the organizers, so they planned it. So if it wasn't Jamaica in that seat, probably somebody else if we didn't make the second round of the quarterfinals. I would say there's a lot to be proud of, a lot of optimism in the air, regardless of how we left where we leave in the competition, because one is we made it to the semifinal without even being pressured apart from the U.S. game. And in that game, we could have won. Having said all those positives, and look, we have a coach who has a great reputation. He seems to be a great recruiter. Players want to come and play for us because we know we have a competent coach. The administration seems to be making some progress in a number of areas. The message coming out of the camps have been very, very positive. And there's a lot of connectivity between all the players. They all seem to be getting along, which is all very, very positive. But we also have to look at some of what I would consider to be, some people may call negatives, but things we have to work on. When you're building a team, you can't build a team with key vulnerabilities, especially in your gut or your soul. And we have some challenges in the middle. We have to admit to that. We didn't have any true midfielder, differentiating midfielder, as I always like to use that word, in the middle of the park, who can connect the forwards to the midfield to up front. And you need those players in your squad because most of the ball is going to run through the midfield. If you don't play just long ball football to me is turnover football. And the world is moving away from that, unless you're playing counter-attacking football. So I do think when he's building the team, as he goes to do his recruiting, he has to do balanced recruiting. What I also think he needs to do is consider, do I have people who are, because we've seen nowadays, midfielders, especially CDM, are hard to find. Do I have people in my team who play defense or play forward, who can play the 10 or the 8, or people in defense who can play the 6? Do I have those? Can I convert them? And they can be very, very good in those positions. That's important. I think most teams in the world struggle to have a number 6, and some struggle with 8. Thirdly, I can't sacrifice my team against a better team who's going to play 4 people who game are guaranteed and not think about more balance. Maybe a DJ would have been better than one of the front 4 to play in the middle of the park because we need to shore that up. The front 4 we have didn't work to me in this tournament as it should, and they get a lot of laudatory comments. People think they're great, give them their pedigree, and you hear the reporter ask the question, you have the better players, what happened? It happened because the team was unbalanced. We playing 4-2-4 for the whole tournament. I don't want to hear this nonsense about 4-2-3 when I'm 4-2-3. It wasn't. Bailey was playing on top beside Antonio, and Reed was playing wide, and he was supposed to play in the 10. He was playing on the wing, and so was Gray. Tonight, Gray dropped back because he wasn't getting the ball. He does what Rival does. He goes, find the ball and went deep. He was the only one doing that, but the others weren't doing it. So if you want to, and we know I shouldn't play the blame game. I am very disappointed in my front four, even though Gray had a good tournament as reflected by the recognition he has gotten in the first and second round, making the team. But they have to do better. But I'm also optimistic about, as Devin alluded to, that in sometimes you need more quality, and some of that quality is coming. And I'm encouraged that when the quality come, they're going to find a team that's cohesive. Not a team, a bunch of very good players, because I keep seeing not a team yet. When they come, they're going to play. They're going to have a standard that's being set and a culture that's being set, which will embrace them, hopefully, and bring them in, because some people will lose their game. But more importantly, they'll be a cohesive unit and they'll function accordingly going forward. And at some point, the coach has to have a 15-man squad who repeat game after game. And he can supplement that with 6 or 7 or 8 players to fill up that 23. But he needs 15 whose games he knows are the right standard, and supplement that with people rotating in and out of the team. But we should be encouraged, but also disappointed, frankly. So, finally, those who have joined us and been with us all season throughout this tournament, we appreciate you being here. It has been great. The comments may not all be positive in my direction or Andre's direction, but we welcome all your comments. As I've always said, we're not monolithic. We love diversity in perspective, diversity in thought, and how you engage. And I may have been just a teeny bit emotive tonight, but it happens in sport. Okay, it happens in sport. But we love you being here. We love your comments. Thank you for supporting management. Manning's man, while he's been away on national duty, serving his country and being the interim manager for the team. And hopefully he's done well enough to get the job on a permanent basis. Not sure it's going to happen to his channel if that materializes, but I'm sure he appreciates you supporting his channel. He's reached 6,000 plus subscribers. You know he does a good job. So as you leave these forums, hit the like button, subscribe, tell your friend, and hopefully this channel that he has will continue to grow. I think he's great at doing what he does. But thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. You've been with us up late, and I'm starting to get sleepy, so I appreciate you being here. And hopefully we see you soon. And be optimistic. We're going to get more players, but more importantly, we're building a culture, we're building standards, and it's something that's much more sustainable than any one player. Have a good night, and thanks. Thanks, Andre. Thanks for joining me. Thanks, Devin, for being here.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Cronky. Devon, see you, buddy. You guys.
All right. Okay, Andre. Yeah. Right. We need to link up.
All right.